going there, Missy. Okay, I'm looking this summer kind of thing, and that you kind of advertise about it. That would be the best. And then I think probably in August, I feel like August might be when it's full. And I think that you'll be shocked at how many people will be on your waiting list to be in it. I don't think you give yourself enough credit. And I don't think that you realize how amazing you are. You know, you've been given this gift, and to share it and to teach others would be an amazing thing. So start believing in yourself just a little bit more. Okay. I know you've come a long way, and I do want to validate that to you. Okay. I can see that your spiritual growth over the last 5 years, 10 years, always, I can see that, you know, that you're trying to, I want to say be a better person, but I don't know if you need to be a better person, because you're a pretty good person now, right? So, but definitely get this workshop going, okay, so that we can, I can call you and go, Jeanette, I need a reading, please. So, and definitely keep in contact. Like, I'm serious. I'd love to do a reading with you, you know, so.
Yeah, I will.
So
I can do that.
You can get in touch with me on Facebook at Vancouver Island Medium. My website is not up yet, terrylynnboyle.ca. I almost got it up, but not quite. I had it up, and then I put it on hold, because you know how life gets in your way. It's time for you, Jeanette, to make time for Jeanette, right? I know you're busy, and I know you don't have a lot of time, but you should make time for what you need, okay? And take care of you, okay?
Yeah. What was your name?
Terry Lynn Boyle. So TerryLynnBoyle. And you can find me on Facebook. I'm known as Vancouver Island Medium.
Okay.
Awesome.
I will find you.
You have any more questions, Jeanette? We got about a minute left.
I do. I've had a really rough time, and there's something going on in my life. And I want to know if there's an ending of a situation.
I think that there is an ending to the situation, but not for at least 3 or 4 months. For a little bit longer. It's kind of like it's dragging on for a little bit longer, but it will be a good ending. It'll be a better ending than if it were to stop tomorrow.
But a good ending.
Does that make
for me,
sense to you? Yeah, it'll be a better ending for you. Okay, and but you have to, again, this is a part of loving yourself.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right, perfect. Well, I am happy to be here today. Happy Wednesday as usual. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV, and 6 p.m. Mountain Time here. And I'll tell you, my day has flown, and before I knew it, I was ready for my show tonight. So without any kind of further ado, if you will, I am going to jump right into things because I want to get as much of this beautiful energy that I have been feeling and sharing that with callers. So let me pull the affirmation card for this week, and we'll see what our beautiful message is, and then we will grab our callers here. So so for anyone who is just listening to my particular show, every week I pull an affirmation, and it's kind of a promise to yourself or a message from the universe. And the way I do that is by a number that I have been drawn to today. And today, the number that has been very, I would say, significant and very strong happens to be the number 7. And 7's always a lucky number, right? So we're going to count out the 7th card, and that's kind of how I will do this. And also how I do readings when I do Zoom or even on my Facebook Live. This is how I ultimately connect with the individual, the client, and use their numbers to pick the cards. And that, I feel, puts their energy into, or their unique energy into the reading. Obviously, you can't pull your own card when we're virtual, so that's how I do it. So with that said, the number 7th card in the beautiful affirmation deck says that everything happens according to divine timing for the best result. So I'll show the beautiful cards. These butterfly cards, they are just gorgeous. I connect with butterflies, and I think there's a little dragonfly on there as well. Yeah, so beautiful. I connect with butterflies with my dad, who has passed, and ironically, I connect with my mom, who has passed, with dragonflies. So that's pretty interesting that we pulled this one. So again, the affirmation for you all this week, to remember, everything happens according to divine timing for the best results. So if I can kind of elaborate for a moment, that really, I'm a true believer that everything happens for a reason. It's all divine timing. And by that meaning, trusting that whatever happens in your life, good, bad, or indifferent, is it meant to be, right? Everything happens for a reason and happens when it's supposed to. That's the divine timing. So once you're able to trust in divine timing, then you ultimately put out that beautiful trust in the universe, but you also put out that gratitude for, for the blessings. And the blessings, can be sometimes the ones you don't necessarily connect with being a blessing. But once you're able to change that mindset, then even the difficult things do become blessings. Maybe it's like what do they say? It's a blessing in disguise, right? Um, and there's a reason for that for sure. So I hope that affirmation resonates, and I hope that it connects with you all. And, if anything, I hope that as life, what do they say? As life gives you lemons, that the divine timing of those lemons will help you to make lemonade, right? Isn't that the famous thing? Um, so that's the beautiful message for today, or for this week, I should say. Okay, all right, my friends, I am ready for my first caller, and this is Dawn from Gilbert, Arizona. Hi, Dawn.
Hi, Stephanie.
How are you?
I am doing great. How about yourself?
Good. I'm doing great. I love hearing your very just beautiful, upbeat, optimistic voice and energy. It's awesome.
Thank
I
you.
No, you're welcome. I love how just even over the phone, and our virtual, we can connect, with that energetic um, flow, I guess, if you will. And I'll tell you, I really quick, and we can start with your reading here, but I used to live in Arizona, and I I loved it. I love the heat, and my family thought I was crazy. Yes, I just
We had our first
I
99 degrees yesterday.
oh my gosh. See,
Yeah.
I'm in Utah, and we had 77, and I mean that's comfortable, but we're about ready to drop 30 degrees tomorrow. And
Oh, no.
I oh yeah. Yeah, I always say if you don't like the weather in Utah, just give it about 5 minutes and it'll change. So it fluctuates minute to minute,
Oh,
but yeah, it's crazy. But 99 is a little toasty already, but um
yeah,
I'll
that's
take that
okay.
over 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All
Okay.
right. Well, my beautiful friend, how can I help you tonight?
Well, I've just been kind of wondering about my career path. And
Okay.
is it on the right track?
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah, let me I'm going to I use cards really as kind of a guide or a tool, and I ultimately I'll listen and trust my gifts, as I call, or abilities. And so the cards for me come into play as just kind of a visual validation of what my gifts are showing me. And
Mhm.
so I've been drawn to the number 7 today, and I do use numerology in my readings. And the number 7, obviously, for many people, it's a lucky number. Um, it's also a very common number that people use, or it's a very common favorite number. Um,
Mhm.
Here's what I love about your question, and where I feel like even the 7 comes into play. Um, this year, so 2023, if you add up 2, 2, and 3, it equals 7. And
Mhm.
this this year is the year of very much. that kind of that lucky energy. But that energy is going to be dependent on you and what you put out there. So
Mhm.
this is really that year of manifestations, things coming
Mhm.
to light. It's the year of letting things go that are no longer serving you. And
Mhm.
so when I see your career path and some of the signs I'm getting and the visions, and then I pulled a card for you, and the deck I'm using is the chakra deck, and I also do Reiki. So when I do energy work, um, that each chakra has a color, and you happen to pull. I mean, this card's perfect for, I would say, your question. And you pulled this four of coins. I'll show it on my Facebook here because they put that out there and post it. It's a beautiful green. Now, a coin represents something of value to you. And the color green is your heart chakra. So this tells me, and this is where it's validating my visions, that your career, um, ultimately, I feel if you were to go back, let's say, let's say 5 years ago, going to the past, if you could see yourself 5 years ago now, you would be like, oh my gosh, this is nowhere near where I thought I'd be heading. But
Mhm.
I feel that your quote unquote coin, so what is of value to you, your values have changed. So now
Mhm.
your coins, what is of value to you, is more centered with your heart, that heart chakra. Um, and the way I kind of see this, just example, let's say 5 years ago, you thought, gosh, you know what, I am career minded. This is, I want to be an executive. I've gone to all this schooling and, I want to be this beautiful title. And then we fast forward to today, or let's say just in the last 5, 6 months. And now you look and think, that's not of value to me anymore. Now, what's of value to
Mhm.
me is my purpose. What is my purpose? And I feel for
Mhm.
you, um, what I see career wise for you, and these changes I see coming this year, and the things that you are going to manifest, and also the things you are going to release, are really going to fulfill that soulful cup. Your beautiful purpose is really going to start to blossom. Um, and so I feel that, and some of this I can tell you that I'm really drawn to, is that you are a healer, and that's where I say when I heard your voice in the beginning, you're
Mhm.
very healing, optimistic um, energy that you put out there is really starting to
Mhm.
come back and is paying off. So um, I do feel that, and this is kind of where I will explain to people what a healer is. In my mind, a healer is someone who is meant to help others. Um, a lot of healers are your nurses and your doctors, um, you know, um, anybody in the medical field, anybody
Mhm.
that is a teacher, a therapist, even cosmetology, doing your hair and makeup, things like that, because you are helping someone feel better. And that
Mhm.
fills up that cup. So, your question is, where is this career path heading? I would not hold any, um, I would not hold back on any opportunities that are coming that you possibly would say, well, gosh, I just don't know if this is a right fit. Because I do feel like,
Ah,
does that make sense?
something just yes. Yes. Yeah,
Perfect.
something's just come up at work, and I've just the last couple of days been like, "Ow, I don't know."
Yeah,
Now I know.
exactly. Exactly. And now it's going to step you out of your comfort zone, right? It's something that I
Yeah.
feel your past self maybe would not have even maybe entertained, but I
Right.
do feel like this is going to just open up more doors and more opportunity. But more importantly, I really do feel for you, Dawn, is going to help you feel more fulfilled. And that is what I feel is most important. So
Mhm.
um, your coins, what is the value? It has changed, and now you just are evolving, and now you just have to trust, like what I said earlier. Oh my gosh, that fits perfect. The affirmation for this week says everything
Yes.
happens according to divine timing for the best results. If that can't fit more perfect, um, I just, here is where I love when the universe is like, here's your sign. You know? Um, so without a doubt, with all of my gifts and my whole being, I would say definitely step out of your comfort zone and definitely jump all in
Okay.
100%. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's yeah, and as
That's
they say,
so
keep your,
awesome.
oh, I'm excited for you. Um, and what I was gonna say is it's like they say, keep your hands and your feet inside the ride. It's gonna be a beautiful, um, crazy ride. But at
Mhm.
the end of that ride, you will feel so amazing and fulfilled. So I I'm excited for you. I really am. I think
Thank
this
you.
is gonna be amazing. No, you are
Thank
welcome.
you.
You
Thank you
are
so much.
welcome. No, it's my
So awesome.
pleasure. And oh, I love it. Well, you enjoy that beautiful Arizona hot weather. And
Okay.
um, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, my friend. You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Perfect. All right. I love it. So we'll take the next caller. I love that we're able to, Kara in Florida. Hi, Kara.
Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am great. I have never done anything like this before, so you're. I don't know what to do.
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, welcome. I
Thank
uh, I kind of feel like that I the um, the unknown can be nerve-wracking. Um, the vulnerability can be uncomfortable. But what's really what I love is what I was just mentioning to my last caller is that it's all divine timing. So you I have to trust that you were brought my way for a reason, and I feel privileged to be um, doing your reading for the first time. So it's a pleasure. I'll just say that it's really cool. Um,
you.
so when you say you've never done this, is it that you've never called in to do a reading or altogether?
Yeah. What I had an affirmation reading done a while back, but I've never called in to do anything like this before.
Okay, okay, I love it. Well, I promise I will be gentle. I will make it the best um, comfortable experience I possibly can for you. Um, now, um, I want to kind of just say too, really quickly, that the way I do my readings is ultimately trusting my gifts And my gifts really are the ability to see and hear and feel and know things that maybe others don't. Um, and also tapping into my mediumship abilities. So, the ability to connect with your loved ones in the spiritual world. And so, I leave all of these gifts, per se, open. And so, when I do my readings on my podcast here, people will call in and they'll have a specific topic or whatever it may be, like my last caller wanting to know about her career. So then we ultimately I put all my energy into that particular
Okay.
subject. um so we can really just go with whatever comes, and I just say that we trust that whatever's meant to be is meant to be. Or if there's a specific topic, then we can do that as well.
There,
Whatever.
there is a specific topic. There is a specific topic. My mother
Okay. Okay.
passed 3 years ago.
Okay. Okay. All right, my friend. Well, you have um, definitely. I feel that you've been brought to me for a reason. Now, my mediumship abilities, I have been practicing for about 27 years, and I still use the cards, but I only use them, like I said, as a guide or a tool. So I pulled a card for you already, and so I'm going to uh, incorporate it with your reading a bit. Um, but I'm going to quiet my mind for a moment and see if we can't pick up on anything from mom. And so if you hear a silence, know I'm here. Just
Okay.
beginning to let them know in the spiritual world that I'm ready. Okay. Now, before I actually open this up even more, I am always drawn to numbers and um, numerology in my mediumship readings is very important. And the number 7 has been very strong today. Do you connect with 7 with your mom or you? This can be.
No, there's not a significance that I can think of for the number 7.
Okay, no worries. Keep in mind, just so you're aware, 7 for me, the way I connect is going to be the month of July, the 7th of a month, any month, January through December. 7 can also be 7 years ago. So there can be. Now, I'm not saying that the 7 I got earlier is connected necessarily with your mom or with you. I do readings even continued after tonight, so it can be connected there. Okay, so I'm gonna just focus for a moment here. Okay. Okay, so the card that I pulled, I'm going to show it on my Facebook here, and if anyone goes back and watches on YouTube or Facebook, um, is it's the Hanged Woman, which I find is interesting because the other decks I have are generally the Hanged Man. Interesting enough, you pulled a card that's the Hanged Woman, and we're wanting to hopefully try to connect with your mom. The card is just beautiful. These are chakra colors, and the color here is representing the third eye. The third eye, when that third eye or the pineal gland is opened, it is where you are able to connect with things that are unworldly. So, but that's where a lot of mediumship gifts really come from, if you will. um, I can't look at this as a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences anyways, but I have to think, okay, this has got to be a sign from your mom. Um, because out of that whole deck of mine, 70 some cards, you happen to pull a card that is very specific to a female. Now, um, first off, I do want to say that I am sorry for the loss of your mom. Um, I lost my mom 10 years ago, so I definitely know um, a little bit of what that pain is like. And as I'm feeling the energy change in my room here, um, I there is a connection that is like no other that I am getting. I've done this a long time, and I feel if this is mom, um, she's showing me a lot of similarities of what um, my relationship was like with my mom. Were you very close with your mom?
Yes, I was.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. I was as well. I was also, or I say, I am also the only girl. My mom had no other
I
girls.
am as well.
Perfect. Isn't this? I love it. So again, these are all beautiful connections that your mom is starting to show me. Now, uh, so I know that I just kind of tell you a little bit. I could back up for a moment, but when I open my mediumship abilities and I welcome any souls that walk within God's white light to come through to use my energy to channel, I ask that they give me very specific validations. I always say I don't want anything vanilla. I want it to be very specific. Um,
Hmm.
and so when I say what I'm going to say next, I know this is common, but know that she's very adamant that she let you know that she is, without a doubt, she does connect with you um, through butterflies and hummingbirds. She's shown me both. So now you're in Florida. Um, I don't know much about what kind of birds and whatnot you get there, um, but I feel that she needs you to know that the connection between those two really is validating her presence. So keep that in mind, okay? Um,
Okay.
she, okay. Uh, can I ask? She is showing me. Um, she's saying if this is mom, which I feel we do have mom, but she's showing me that she did struggle with an illness. She had some issues um, before her passing. And then she
Yes.
shows me, okay. And then she shows me that, and she's saying that she was misdiagnosed. There was a misdiagnosis. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And but she says that that there was no reason to hold any accountability or blame because she's, I was showing all the symptoms and signs of the particular one that they thought I had, and this was just um, kind of left field, if you will. And she says that she um, was showing so many signs that made sense for both. And she, hmm, okay. she also, she does, my producers tell me I got about a minute. So, and your mom's a talker. Oh my goodness, she's very much coming through. But if anything, if we have to cut short though, for you, Kara, please, if you can, email me or reach out to me. And I do want to finish the rest of your reading for free. But I do want to tell you that your mom, if anything, says you have got to know the gratitude and how much she just appreciated the sacrifices that you made for her. Do you understand that?
I do.
Perfect. And she says, stop stressing. Oh, perfect.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Psychic Paths. I am Suzanne Marie, and this is A1R Psychic Radio. How is everyone tonight? I certainly do love Wednesdays. I am so thankful for all the beautiful souls that I get to connect with and get to know better. And it's just been a wonderful, wonderful journey into this, and especially with A1R Psychic Radio. So welcome. I hope that everyone is feeling loved and safe and comforted by those that love them. So I'm a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and I'm here to do readings. I really, that's my passion, and I really love doing them. So this is what we do, and this is why we're here. So if anyone wants to reading, please call in, and I will do my very, very best. We are in Aquarius season, which is the season of change, and it's kind of constant change. So it's a continual change. And then we'll go right into Pisces, which is dreams and aspirations. And so it's a very, very good time for me to be here and be able to do the readings. So, yeah, I am in Minnesota. It is the dead of winter. So if anyone has any sunshine going on, please send it our way. We would enjoy it. So yeah, and you can reach me if you enjoy the reading and would want one of your own. You can reach me at readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Thank you so much. Margaret from South Australia. Hello.
Yes. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Hi. How are you tonight? I'm fine.
I'm well, thank you. Today is a beautiful hot day here in Australia. We're going through our summer and our heat wave. Very hot summers in the south of Australia.
I hope I can pick some of that up for the winter here. It's like 13 inches of snow outside. So
Wow. Well, I haven't
it's
been
kind
here
of
for
extreme.
years. I know, absolutely.
What can I help with tonight?
Look, Suzanne, there are several issues. One of them is my family, my brother. It's got to do with my mother's passing, inheritance. I'm not sure where this is going.
Okay, let me take a look and see what Spirit says, okay? Okay, so did your mother pass away like maybe a month ago?
No.
Has it been months?
My mother passed away. No, my mother passed away a long, long time ago.
I feels like there's a lot of anger going on. I feel a lot of frustration and anger. And I was picking up your mom, but she was making it seem like, oh, I just got here. So that's why I had to ask. So has your brother always been quick-tempered? Because it feels like even when he's not showing it, he's thinking it. He's very quick-tempered.
Yes.
Your mom is showing me that he's too reckless. He's reckless also. Not quite seeing what he takes care of. Everything is quick and impulsive is what I'm picking up. Are you going to court?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
I feel like you're going to go to court. I feel like there's going to be someone to mediate what's going on with all of this. And I think it needs to be, because I don't think that you can meet a common ground with your brother.
Yes,
I don't
Mhm.
think that he can handle it either, because I feel he has a lot of health issues. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, my mother died 6 years ago in March. My brother is a lawyer. He became the executor, the beneficiary. He took everything he wanted and only gave me what he wanted. Now he's expecting me to. He's saying that I owe money from my mother's estate, which is not true. And I do have a legal document, but he's one of these narcissists that he thinks he said nobody can beat me, nobody can win me, not even God can take me down. That kind of man.
Right. That's what I was sensing.
Yeah. I've had a lot of therapy.
I'm sorry. I'm sensing that only a mediator can deal with him. Someone that isn't involved. And I feel like he will be shut down.
He will be shut down.
Yes. He will be told to step back. That means that you're going to be winning this court case because he really doesn't have a claim. This is all nonsense. This is air. This is a lot of hot air.
Yes, but what he's done is he's how is the word? You know, when you're a lawyer and you do things, you know, you put things in company names, and you know
He's unethical.
what he did is
I call it unethical.
Yes, unethical. What he did is he used all my mother's assets to build his little empire, and left me with virtually 10%, 10% which I've been, you know, it's been very difficult, and he's been blackmailing me for 6 years. So my mother...
Go ahead, honey.
Oh, no, and I'm just saying I'm sick of it. It's caused me health issues. Just wondering, my mother's got a deed of release. Now he wants to see the discovery note, but he cannot do it without he himself getting a lawyer. And I'm scared because he's powerful. He's got money. I don't have that much money to beat him in the legal system. But my lawyers are also forensic lawyers, and they can smell a rat. And that means that my mother's whole estate will come into this situation, and he could very well have to give me something more.
That's what I'm picking up. I'm picking up that you have the truth, and that's what's going to win out on this. And I feel like his personality isn't going to do him any favors when he's the one in court. I do see a really good judgment for you.
Yes, it's been very painful, and I don't understand. I think
it feels like it's been painful for a very long time. Very long time.
Yeah.
But I feel like there will be an end to this, and the court will see it your way. That's how I feel. I feel like he will be shut down with all his, it just seems like he's angry, and that's not going to get him far. And your mother is very much on your side. She's been talking to me, and she's on your side as well. So I just want you to know that. She says she loves you dearly.
Well, I loved her, and I took good care of her until the very end. I even dressed her when she passed.
She's a really, really sweet person. She's just really sweet. So I wanted to give you that, and just please be patient.
Thank you.
And you will find that judgment, I promise. You will get justice.
Can I ask you, thank you for that, because it has to end, because it's caused me illness. I'm fortunate that I'm here, but I'm strong, and I need this. I need this because man's created fear in my life. I'm getting therapy. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Look, I've been on my own for a very, very long time. Will I ever meet anyone in this lifetime? Will there be anyone for me?
I feel like it. I feel like that it will have something to do with your health. So you may meet him in a medical situation, like a clinic or something. But I do feel like that will be sometime in the summer. The meeting will be this summer. I do have to go, but thank you so much for allowing me to share with you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. So my health is good. I just wanted to know that. My health okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Very, very appreciative.
You have a beautiful day, okay?
Thank you, Suzanne. Much appreciated.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I am your host, Andrea Bacon. I hope you're all doing really well right now. I know a lot of people have been going through a lot of things, a lot of changes in life. And if you are one of those people, you know, this could be happening for different reasons, but it's kind of happening to you or for you and not to you, as they say. So we have a lot of major events going on, and it affects a lot of people. It affects everybody collectively. And I wanted just to chat about this for a minute. So we're in this theme of a larger collection, a collective energy, where we're trying to move forward and set our sights higher in this grander version, this grander vision that we want for our lives. You know, and if you're very fulfilled in everything with what you're doing, that's beautiful. Keep doing that. And for some people, a lot of people are still kind of grasping and struggling and trying to move ahead and, you know, be in a career or relationships or with their health and taking back their power with those things and creating something that's more fulfilling for them. Okay. We have these, you know, you may be feeling disconnected or discontent and unfulfilled because some people are going through these wake-up calls that put you on a new pathway, and that's what they're there for. They're there to kind of redirect you. So if you have like the rug being ripped out from under you, or things are changing that you thought were kind of always going to be there, that can really provoke some fear for people, okay? I know a lot of people have been feeling that fear. A lot of people have been feeling those changes. And so we have the Fool card, which talks about new beginnings, taking a leap into the unknown. And it has something, it's coming to a full circle again for us to be able to move into that energy. Just surrender to your creativity and open and keep that fire within and that spark within alive. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go to a caller, Desiree in Maine. Hi, are you there? Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, well, do you have any questions or anything you want me to get some answers for you?
I was hoping spiritual, maybe connecting with my mom or dad.
Okay. So for connecting, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
With
please.
that? Okay. Let me go ahead and see if I can do that, and I'll take a minute here to see what I can get around you, who I can get around you. I'm just picking up school. For some reason, school is coming through. I don't know if maybe somebody passed when you were in high school or in school, but something connected to school is very prominent with you. And so that's what I'm seeing right now. Would that make any sense to you at all?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I am picking up on a male, and I see him sitting at a desk, almost like he's doing taxes or, paperwork. It comes through as like a very daunting to me, is that whatever it was his work was it feels like it's daunting. Would that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing you holding hands with some younger kids. So I'm seeing this visual of you like out in a play yard. It's still with the theme of school. There are some younger kids, and it's almost like either you're babysitting or taking care of younger siblings or something.
My own children, you think? My own?
Can you say that again?
I have 3 children of my own, maybe that.
Okay. It could be. I am not totally sure on that. Let's see, what do they want to say about this? Let me see. What do you want to say about this, please? That I don't know, they're saying that you're very kind and you're very good with children. You have that innocent heart that children connect with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So there's something like a lighthouse or being a lighthouse or being on the lookout.
Okay.
And I feel like you are a leader of some sort to younger people. That's what's coming through. A mentor, a leader, or just a support system.
It's kind of who I am, yeah.
Okay. Okay, what else? Let's see what else comes through, please. I don't know. I feel like Father Energy is talking about cutting a sandwich, like having a sandwich. Did he eat a lot of sandwiches?
Ice cream sandwiches.
Do what?
Ice cream sandwiches, the ice cream.
Oh, okay.
It was his big obsession.
Gotcha. Okay. So are you experiencing a fork in the road right now? They're telling me fork in the road.
Yes, I am, yep.
Okay. So I am seeing a little dog. It looks like a little grayish or off-white or something. And I don't know if it's if this little dog is in your life now or was in the past when you were younger.
Are you speaking about a dog in heaven?
That's why I'm not sure if the dog is passed, but
My dad's dog just passed away last week.
Oh, okay.
And he was kind of grayish tan.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you have. I don't know. They really admire your heart. Like they're coming through with so much admiration for you because your heart is so loving and so pure. And it's almost like animals flock to you as well. Children flock to you.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
My sister
Do you-
calls me Snow White.
Do you want to ask any questions?
No. Well, I guess one. Will my son come back in the future? Will he'll come back?
Let's see real quick. So I've seen some options, but I am seeing a something in the future. I mean, I am seeing like a heartfelt proposal, I guess, like connection coming through. I'm going to say yes. We've got a stable energy coming through for that as well. Somebody has to let go of some burdens and have some stronger boundaries, but I absolutely see that happening for you. So that's great.
Perfect. Okay.
And I see a new
That's
beginning.
it.
Okay, well, yeah, I see this new beginning for you as well, and just holding on to something that needs to be released is going to free up your heart energy. It's going to free up some emotional wounds that you may be feeling, and it's going to allow you to take a stronger stance and move forward with whatever your thing is. But I'm going to have to get going, and I hope that helped you. Thank you so much. All right. And that's going to do it for me today. If you are interested in checking out my shop, it is at Mind Body Nourish on Etsy. And you can always get in touch with me on Instagram as well at Medium Andrea Bacon, and Facebook for Andrea Bacon, the business page. So I just really appreciate you joining me today on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. Sorry we're a couple minutes late. I was doing fine until I was sidetracked by unrealistic hair goals. And I know you girls out there know what I'm talking about. Unrealistic hair goals, hold on, there we go, lead to despair and the claw of doom. So we're just going to do the claw of doom here and move right along. Hey, I am here for you. Well, I mean, can't borrow money, but unless you give me some first and I'll lend it back to you. I'm also trying to put on, I'm Perry Lyons, by the way. I should probably have said that. I'm your New York City celebrity psychic. I don't know if I'm a celebrity, but a lot of the people I read for are. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who they are because then they'd kill me. But I've also just started designing jewelry, and I'm trying to pin this on without puncturing my jugular. So it's the cross between advertising and self-care. Ow! Anyway, I'm very happy to see you. Although I can't actually see you, but I'm happy to see you in my mind's eye. They're out. This is pretty as hell, but it's uncomfortable as shit. Excuse my language. Sorry. That's never happened before. Ignore that. Okay, my darlings, I am here for your questions. We're not doing the tarot weather this week because I just cleaned the entire house and I have no idea where my tarot cards are. I just psychically found them like 3 minutes ago, but they're upstairs. So I blame bad hair goals. I also blame apparently I don't speak sales girl anymore. I went into a shop to ask if they had moisturizer. And the girl said, oh, you mean we have elixir? I'm like, this is not Hogwarts. I don't need elixir. It's like, we have serums. Serums scare me. That's not really medical, but I'm going to use them anyway. We have spray on serum elixir. I'm like, do you moisturize it? She's like, I'm sorry, I don't speak old. Not that I am, but she was 12. So, hi. So I'm quickly, instead of doing the tarot weather today, I'm quickly going to share something from my own life because this topic has been coming up with a lot of my clients. And I find when a topic comes up over and over again, then it's kind of in the atmosphere. Why am I clutching my brush? Woo, that's fun. I'm stone cold sober too. I haven't had anything but peanut butter today. It's sad. So here's the deal. A lot of us, especially us broads or people who identify as women or just people in general, we all need love, right? And we all panic a bit when something ends because like, uh-oh, is anybody else out there for me? Am I going to have to spend the rest of my time alone? And we all go through that. I read some of the most beautiful, glamorous, amazing people in the world, and everybody feels like, am I going to be alone for the rest of my life if I dump this person who isn't good for me? The answer is yes. Here's what I want to tell you, and this might be a little too personal, but I've only had peanut butter today. I'm a little lightheaded, and I'm going to share it because I think it'll help you. Here's the deal. I was with somebody for 5 years. He helped me take care of my mom. He was a little emotionally abusive because he turned out to be an alcoholic. And after my mom passed a year ago, he went into rehab and then halfway house for the last year. He was supposed to come back on Saturday. I'd like spent all my money having the house done and preparing. And something happened a few days before that, which made me say, do I want a boyfriend or do I want self-respect? And the answer came back, I want self-respect. Sod this. And I said, we are not open for this kind of business. I'm not going to go into details. You can contact me by mail and send a stamped self-addressed envelope at $35. I still won't send you the details. But what I've learned is that don't compromise and don't compromise with what's acceptable to you. Would you eat a hamburger if it had 50% poop in it? No, you wouldn't. How about 5% poop? No, still not good. No poop. Hamburger without poop. I know that's a slightly graphic metaphor. What I want to say is that I thought that I would be devastated. I'm a songwriter and a singer, for heaven's sakes. We feed off heartbreak. I take heartbreak vitamins just to be able to write. And I feel every time I started to think about something lovely he'd do for me, he would meet me at the train station with flowers when I came from New York. And that was lovely. But you know what? It was because if this sounds conceited, so be it, but it's really helped me. And my entire last year was about finding self-love on my own. And I think I've done it. I'm kind of dating myself, although I haven't gotten fresh yet because I'm waiting for me to take me to dinner and a movie. But here's what I'm trying to say. Don't compromise with your standards. If somebody is, I don't mean like, he wore one black sock and one brown sock. I cannot put up with that. Don't have dumb standards. But if something impacts your self-esteem, not worth it. And loving yourself first seems to be, I'm not like looking in the mirror and going, oh, you pretty creature. I'm like every other broad. I look in the mirror and I'm like, make it stop. But I thought I'd be heartbroken, and I'm not. It turns out that choosing your best self makes your best self be there. So if you're thinking about staying in a relationship where somebody has maybe been emotionally abusive, and that can be kind of gaslighting. Gaslighting is when you say, I feel this way, and the other person says, no, you don't. That's kind of gaslighting. So if you're in a relationship where somebody puts you down, if you're in a relationship where somebody criticizes you all the time, there's no constructive feedback. It's like, don't dye your hair green. That's not your best color. But you don't need it. And you'll find something better. And the last thing I'll say here is the happiest couple I've almost ever met. I met at a party 2 years ago. I'm like, you guys, hi, Christine in South Carolina. Oh, I love the Carolinas. Love South Carolina. Hold on one second. I'm just going to finish the story. While you're waiting for your reading, breathe in deeply and breathe out like this, like you're blowing on a birthday candle. Do that 3 times and I'll be right with you. So here's the thing. I met this couple at a party. They were so madly in love and so perfectly matched. And they just vibed. They were obviously in love. They were best friends. Like, how long have you guys been together? 12 years. I'm like, I know there's a story here. And they said, yes, there is. It's a nice thing about being psychic. You can cut to the chase. And they said, should we tell her? They're like, yeah, because she's got to finish up and get to the caller. And so the guy said, both of us decided on the same day, 13 years ago, that we were done with bad relationships. We were okay. If it meant being alone for the rest of our lives, we were going to do that. And we didn't know each other. We each said, okay, you know what? I'm marrying me. Fine. I like me. I love me. I respect me. I admire me. I support me. And both of them said, I'm okay with that. If it's the rest of my life I spend that way, I'm okay. The next day they met. And because there were 2 wholes being together rather than a half and a half looking to make a whole. So happy, so prosperous, so healthy, so cute. So that's it. So, Christine, did you breathe? Are you still from South Carolina?
I am from South Carolina. And I did my
I love South Carolina.
breathing.
Yeah. Hi, my love. How can I help you tonight? I'm so glad you called.
Okay,
I
love
just need
what I was
birthday.
hearing you on the. My birthday is November the 20th.
Oh, Scorpio, great birthday. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Thank you. So I love I heard what you were saying, and it so resonated with me.
Right? So
but it really did, because most of my one of my questions I was going to ask you, like you've already told me when I was hearing it. So, and you were right. I needed to find myself. But the other question that I had is, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello?
Go ahead, right here. I'm right here. Right here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupt a lot because I'm the youngest in a big family. So go ahead. I won't interrupt anymore.
But I'm like finding myself again. After 2 relationships broken, one I was married and the other one I was dating. And, now that those relationships are over, trying to find myself, and it just seems like I take 2 steps forward, I go back 4 steps back. And it's been like that for the past 7 years. And then I got injured at work, and it just like I'm trying to keep up with the positives.
Did you get
and
workman's
it's
compensation?
like,
did you file for workman's comp? You're entitled to it.
I did. They, of course, they denied it, but I'm settling up, and then I got fired.
That's
while I was on leave.
That's illegal. You need a good lawyer. But go ahead, because that's illegal. They can't fire you after filing for workman's comp. I'm sorry. Go ahead. So you're saying,
but and it's just been one thing to another. Like, I am so nice to people, and then people just take advantage of that situation. And like people are like for instance, I had somebody that came over this weekend, a family member, and I was like, yeah, I'm applying, like I could do certain jobs. I can't do repetitive bending. And she was like, you're not qualified to do any office jobs. And I'm thinking, right. I mean, it's just like back and forth all the time, since for 7 years. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong here? What am I doing? Like, are these starting to look up? Because every time I start getting more positive, I mean,
let me help you with this.
I don't know.
This I can help you with. And first of all, I am so sorry for everything you've been through. That really blows. I mean, it's not, and you're a lovely person. Also, you're a Scorpio, and they're one of my favorites. I'm a Pisces. We get you guys, baby. So, and I have really great friends with your birthday. So we're going to make this extra special for you. The first thing I'm going to tell you, I can't legally give legal advice. I will say that as an opinion, it is and as a person I have traumatic brain injury because I was hit in the head with a piano 12 years ago, not intentionally. And I know it makes me sound like a Warner Brothers cartoon. When I say that, people usually say, "Are you sure it wasn't an anvil?" And I'm like, "Shut off." But you're disabled, and people are not allowed to discriminate against people who are disabled or people who have injuries. So everything you've just mentioned is technically, you can't get fired for filing workman's comp. No. So this is my impression. I would say take these ideas and run with them. Go to Miss Google and Google the heck out of them. And people will work on there are lawyers who work with you for free up front, but there are some good ones. So I would look into that immediately, because I'm seeing money coming to you at the end of the year. And I think it might be from that. It might also be from another thing. I think if you go, this is totally out of the left field, but I told somebody this recently and they called me and said, "Yeah, I found 10 grand that way." Go to the website of your state, so southcarolina.gov, and go to the comptroller's office. Go to unclaimed funds. It's free. Just look under your name and other name, like ex-husband, whatever. Unclaimed funds. I have a feeling you have something there, and you can get in touch with me after the program.
I know my workers' comp's coming in within 2 weeks.
Yeah,
which
and that's going to be
the other attorney that I had was not very good.
Yeah, because I got workman's comp a long time ago, and I found out that I was actually entitled to about 3 times more than I got. But you've got other money coming. Meanwhile, here's what I've been doing with clients that's really worked. Are you up for it? I just did this with a beautiful, beautiful TV and movie star, and things have taken such an upswing in the last few days with her. And I'm doing it with me too, which is how I always learn stuff. I test it out me just in case I try something and it makes my head explode, so I don't want you to do that. I want you to set an intention, because when we set a strong intention, it unites our mind and our body and our spirit. And what I'd like you to say, you can write this down or go find this episode on YouTube afterwards in the archive. Just say, "I, Christine, hereby make a really completely strong intention to love and respect and support myself no matter what. And that is what I get from other people. Thank you. Amen." Okay. So what I'm finding is that making very strong intentions, and I wouldn't say this if you hadn't started out by saying that you're in the right place at the right time, by which I mean you were probably the reason I said what I said to begin with. I wanted to share that with people, and I knew that the people who needed to hear it or were open to hearing that not to settle, is because I knew the people who were right to hear that would hear it. And you just confirmed that. And I'm so happy. So the second part of it. What?
I mean, everything you said was right.
Yeah.
I mean,
and so
like I would color my hair and he would be like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
And then
you know what?
He would like ghost me for hours. And truly, I needed to hear that and I thank you so much, because, like I was like, what am I doing wrong? Is it me? Or, he made me feel like, I don't think he was cheating. I don't know. I really don't know. But I know he was emotionally talking to people. I don't know if he was physically doing it. But
emotional affairs, I'm going to count that. I mean, I know people are going to disagree with me. Excuse me, I have to remove my hair clip of doom there. Some people disagree with me. I think, you're either with somebody or not with somebody. If you're with somebody, be with them. It's like eating ice cream. Don't eat low-fat ice cream. If you're going to eat ice cream, eat ice cream. If you're not going to eat ice cream, don't eat ice cream. If you're going to be with somebody, be with them. Don't mess around by like having an emotional flirtation with. I mean, we all have crushes occasionally. That's part of human nature. Ow, my pen is digging in. See, my pen.
Right.
But we're allowed to fight it. I mean, I've been in relationships where I had crushes and other people, and I just like didn't talk to them. Like, I can't. I didn't tell them I have a crush on you. I'm not talking to you anymore. But you just turn away from that, because the person you're with, and I can tell you, you've got a really good character. You're a lovely person. You've got lovely energy. You really do. Almost everybody, with two exceptions, that was last year. Everybody who calls into the show is an absolute peach, a diamond peach. If there's such a, okay. Let's pretend for a moment that there's such a thing as a diamond peach. And you're from South Carolina? No, Georgia's peaches.
Right, I got the window up because it's hot.
Right.
It's warm.
Oh, thank you. I'm in New York and it's freezing.
I would love to go to New York. But do you see me getting a job anytime, like an office job or a remote home? Or
one thing, I think you're underselling yourself too. I think you're selling yourself just as like data entry or typist, or I think you can dream a little bigger. I also think that you would, I'm going to say that you're somebody who is, you're a people person, right? You just connect people effortlessly. Do you matchmake?
Yes,
I know you matchmake. Are you real? I wouldn't dare match. I'm so bad at matchmaking. When I say to people, you should meet, they're like, I'm moving out of the country. You're so bad at this. But you are natural matchmaker. So you could open a matchmaking business, but that's a lot of work.
It's funny that you said that.
Yeah. No, it's not. I'm saying that's my job. Go ahead.
Because tonight I was selling myself short when I was applying for jobs. And I was like, wait a minute, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. And then I expanded and I was like, holy moly, like the difference. And it's funny that you said that.
Well, that's my job, baby. I'm not good at charting accounting, but this is my work. And
well, maybe I might get something now because I was just applying for just what I thought I could do. But then it was like something told me I was selling myself short. I was like,
here's what I want you to do.
And the job increase, the pay was way more.
You know what? You can make way more than you think. Here's the thing. Go for a job you might actually enjoy. And go in. I don't know if you apply for disability, you probably can't work. So I'm going to just stay away from all legal stuff. And anything I said before is just an opinion.
Well, I did apply for disability. I mean, I have to wait. Well, I'll know something in a week or two.
Okay, but until then, there are a couple of things you could do. One, you're very good with people. You are. You'd be great as if there's an upscale hotel where you work. You can sit down and
that's funny that you mentioned that.
My job, baby.
Because I applied for one of the motels, for an event planner.
Yeah, you would be great at that. And you can do hotels too. In fact, how close are you to Charleston? Which is I love that city.
Like an hour.
Okay,
and that's where I applied for.
I'm good at my job. I'm so glad you like it. This is
the same as that thing. Everything you said, I have done tonight.
Thank you. I'm so glad.
Amazing.
I want you to start thinking, because if we think of jobs as oh my gosh, I got to do this, or if we think of them as penance, then look at a job we don't like. You only live once, and you know, and I know, because I'm not 24 anymore. I'm 27. That was a lie.
Well, I'm 47, 48.
Okay. So we know that life goes by like this. You might as well have as good time as you can and make as much money as you can, because you have talent and people like you. And I think it's good for you to interact with people. You'd be a great, do you know the word concierge? Pick out a couple of, don't go downscale, go up market. And if you go up market, dress very simply, because you have a natural elegance, and don't even bother contradicting me. I know I'm right. So wear simple makeup, cover your tattoos.
It's funny you mentioned that too. I started going in wearing business suits.
Good.
I had no money. I went to Goodwill and found business suits.
You can go to the Goodwill where I live. I live in two places. I live in Maryland too. It's like a rich people Goodwill. I got an Adolfo suit for $7. Goodwill rocks. It's so good.
Really? Yesterday I found a Victoria's Secret night shirt, like a satin shirt is what I was wanting the night before, and I paid $4 for it, brand new.
Oh my gosh! So this is the other thing I want to tell you right now. And let me ask Dave, how much time do we have? Should I? Oh, great! So I'm going to stay with you, baby, because you're so wonderful. Is that all right? We got a minute and a half.
Okay.
Great, Christine. Is CHRISTINE?
Christie.
Oh, Christy. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, I like that.
Thank
so we
you.
got a minute now. So 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm going to talk really fast because I'm a New Yorker and bossy, and also because I got a lot of info for you. I would say, I thought when I blocked my ex, and I broke up with him like the day before our anniversary, 6-year anniversary. I've never been happier. I can't understand it. I would block the person who puts you down and stuff. You'll be amazed. Taking charge of your own space and your own life. And I just feel this is a time when you can, before you go to bed at night, say, if you pray like, dear God, here's what I'd like to have happen tomorrow. And say it, it will happen. Like the Victoria's Secret nightshirt, which I think you went in there to find. And I'm going to say, let things be easier than you think they should be. Okay, my love?
Okay.
And let me know how you are. I got a Zoom end of the show, but I'm here 9 p.m. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. And on Facebook, say hi. I love you. I love my viewers. I really do. And you're awesome. And it's going to be a really good year. Take that to the bank, okay? Tell me what happens.
Okay, thank you, love.
All right.
Okay.
Take care. Bye, baby. Okay, guys, I love my cherished ducklings. Come back next week because it's my job and I love my work and I love you. I really do. That color looks great on you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and as always, it's amazing to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. I feel like I have so much I want to tell you, but I want to get it all in before we take our caller. First thing, if you join my Facebook page at Medium Kelly Kristen, I am doing a giveaway for a free reading. It'll be a 30-minute reading, and it'll be your choice, psychic or mediumship. But the kicker is you have to join by Friday. So sorry about that. It's kind of short notice, but join tonight, join tomorrow. I'll put your name in a drawing. I can tell who just joined, and off we go. So that's one thing. Another thing is I need your help with something. You know how I'm always talking about the weather. Well, I'm going to actually Minnesota soon, specifically Rochester, and I'm sure that we have callers on here tonight from Minnesota. But here's the thing. It's, I think, 80 degrees there today, and then the day that we're going, it's snowing. So I have no idea what to pack, what to bring. And remember, I'm in California, right? So we're like kind of the desert here. So I know it's going to be kind of cold. But if you guys message me, I would love that. You can do that on my Facebook page, on my website, on the A1R Psychic Radio Facebook page, wherever you can find me. That would be amazing. And also, if you have any suggestions for where to eat, I never pass up a meal. I would love that. And if you're putting, just one thing, if you're putting things in the comment right now, just so you know, I can't see that right now, but I will look after the show. That's one thing that's really hard for me because I'm a teacher by profession. So we're always taught to, look at the feedback from our students, are they understanding the material? And this is so hard for me because I feel like I'm always just talking to myself. Anyway, that's where you can find me. I would love any help on the weather, what to bring, and maybe things to do, places to eat. Another thing I want to talk about is my class coming up. I did talk about it a couple weeks ago. It's going to start in May, and it's for everybody and anybody. I know there are a lot of you that come on and you talk about you're kind of just, going through your spiritual awakening. You're interested in this. To take my class, you don't have to be or want to be a psychic medium. It just, if you have an interest. And this one is going to be on psychic development on the clairs. So you can find that on Eventbrite. On Eventbrite under my name, Medium Kelly Kristen, Soul to Soul, Psychic Development, the clairs, or on my webpage. That's probably easier. But here's the thing. I'm going to give you a discount code right now for that. So it's Soul 23. So SOUL 23. And I really hope you'll check it out, and I would love to have you join me. So I hope I didn't take up too much time because I know we have a caller. Hello, Jade. Is it Jade?
Yes, I speak.
Hi. And you're from Australia?
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Oh, beautiful. How are you tonight? Or is it the morning there now?
It's morning here,
Yeah.
but I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good. Very good. What kind of reading would you like? Do you have a question for me? What were you thinking?
I honestly don't know. If you have anything that sort of just comes to mind, the only thing I sort of have really to ask is we have 4 children. We've been in our house for quite some time. We're not sure when we're going to be able to get the financial resources to upgrade our home. So we're wondering when or what year or what does that look like, or will it happen for us?
Okay. All right, let me just kind of feel into that just a second. So you have 4 children. You're wondering when you'll have the finances to possibly upgrade your home, upgrade your home. And if that'll happen. All right. The very first thing I feel on that is that it will definitely happen, but it's almost like I see this like marathon instead of a race. So it almost feels like either you'll be doing this a little bit over time as money comes in, like say, the kitchen and then do another room later, that kind of a thing. And I wonder
you
if you
don't
have
see another house?
Oh, well, I was going to get to that. Yes, actually.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you mean when you say upgrade? You want to move to another house?
Yeah, we have a 3-bedroom at the moment, and we're sort of just crammed a little bit into the small house. So we're just hoping to get a bigger house.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you meant you were wanting to renovate. So this makes more sense for me because what I did see was what I was going to say is moving to a different house or moving to a different house, so either making this one bigger, but if that's not an option, then I feel like it will be to a different area, a different house. But it also does still feel almost like that marathon. So taking maybe a little bit longer than you anticipated. But I feel like there is actually some reasons behind that. And I feel like part of it is for the children. I know a bigger house would probably be better suited for the children, but it almost feels like there's something that if you move directly to a bigger house that they wouldn't be able to do. And I don't know if you would understand that. It almost feels like, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say if we move to a bigger house, it would be because of the children. Is that what you said? I just missed the last part.
Yeah. So what I meant is, I do see the move. I do see a bigger house, right? But it almost feels like it'll take a little bit longer than you might think. And I feel like that is because there's either money going toward the children. Like, do any of them have something that they do that's expensive? It feels like you would be giving that money more to what they're doing instead of moving to a bigger house. Okay. All right. So I do feel like it'll happen. I do not feel like it's this year. It feels like it's almost like, savings. I'm sure you are already saving, but it almost feels like it'll take a while because of putting your efforts into what the children are doing now, if you can understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally
but
understand.
But it almost feels like the house where you live now is, even though it's 3-bedroom, it feels, which is big, it feels cozy though. It feels like a home. It feels like you're not doing without. Would you understand that?
Yeah, that's true. That's
okay.
Great.
So if you can just keep that in your mind's eye, I guess, that it will happen, but it just, might take a little bit longer. But the trade-off is that your children will be benefiting from it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And yeah. And I feel like I'm picking up, have you started doing anything on a spiritual journey yourself?
A little bit. I've sort of started changing a little bit of my lifestyle and feel like I'm just having a little bit of an awakening, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I need to, I'm just changing a lot of things in my life, and yeah, it's really weird. It's funny that you say that.
Isn't it funny? Right? I can feel that for you. It feels very much like you have a lot of support actually from the spirit world. Yeah, like I feel like you have a lot of, your guides are stepping in. And I see like a door, and I feel like it was shut, and I feel like this door is opening wide now. And that's just all you have to do. All you have to do is step through it. Right? Would that make sense to you? I mean, I don't know if it makes sense to you, but that's what it feels like to me. That's what it looks like. And it almost feels like it just happens naturally. Right? So I feel like you might dabble in different things and check different things out. Not that you want to be a psychic or a medium, but I feel just kind of getting more in touch with your true self and with your soul. That feels really good for me. And I wonder if you would be open to actually, I don't know. It feels like you maybe are still wanting to hold on to some things, and some of these things feel kind of heavy. And I feel like you might feel like you have an obligation to hold on to them. And I just want to say that it can be really freeing to let them down, right? To put them down, put these things down. It almost feels like you are almost comfortable with them, and you want to hold on to them. You feel like you need to hold on to them, but I wonder what would happen if you just put them down for a while and see how you get along without them. It feels a lot like interesting.
Yeah. So my dad passed away about, I think, 2019. We had a really strange, he grew me up till I was a teenager, and we had a really strained relationship from then. He got cancer and had a battle with that over the years, and then passed away in 2019. We didn't leave. Oh, he didn't leave on good terms. I tried my hardest to reach out and have a connection with him again, and I don't know. I was just sort of shunned a little bit, and I was always very confused why that was. So I never really got closure, and wasn't invited to his funeral and stuff like that. So I think that's a big reason why I'm changing the way that I have been living my life. I'm not sure why, but some things just don't make sense to me to continue to live my life the way that I was. Not that it was necessarily bad, it was just maybe I had priorities in the wrong places. And it's just woken me up to thinking, like, life is short, and, I feel like I'm almost traumatized by that experience of not having that closure.
Yes, I understand that. And I'm so sorry we are running out of time, but I do want to tell you that that is absolutely, I feel like what your dad wants is like there to be no feeling like words are left unsaid. And I would love to continue this. If you reach out to me on my Facebook page, Medium Kelly Kristen, I'd love to continue this. I'm so sorry, Jade, we're out of time, but it's been so lovely reading for you, and I wish you the best.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Jade. All right, thank you, everybody. I'll see you next week. Have a great week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided.
Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host. Look, let us know if you're here and tuning in live. Do call in for a reading today. I'm going back into reading, so hopefully I'm not too nervous, and I'd love to do a reading for you on the show. So let us know you're here and reach out to the network. For those who have tuned in or those who would like to know more, on February the 8th, I started a series on drug addiction and what it was like for me as a 17-year substance user. As a result of that, we had a Q&A, and I want to talk briefly today about boundaries, because in the Q&A, we had a really important question from a parent about their child, and it led me to wanting to do another small talk on boundaries. For anyone that wants the detailed advice I would give to a situation with someone who needs to be stronger with boundaries, or needs some advice and guidance on boundaries, or anyone that has, a substance user around them and they need boundaries with, it's, something for everyone in my pinned post on my Facebook group. And you can reach out to that through my website, soulfullyguided.com.au, and you'll find the links there, or you just go over to Soulfully Guided on Facebook. Next week, I do want to talk about, I've got some exciting news, so I don't know when I'm able to actually share that. There's a few regulations on it, so as soon as I'm able to, I will share it on the show as well. But if I'm unable to share it next week, I'll be talking about self-worth, our values, and those standards we have for ourselves. So tune in next week for a mini chat on that. And when I want to talk about boundaries, the most impactful thing we can talk about before we head into our caller is always, it is detrimental that you only place boundaries you can stick to. Hi, Justine, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. Now, I'm just going to finish up for a sec. Bear with me while I finish off what I'm going to say, and I'll be with you in about 30 seconds. So in regards to boundaries, before I get into Justine's reading, you always want to set boundaries you can stick to. Don't start huge and default on them. Start small and stick to them. Also, always have a consequence for breaching that boundary. For example, you can't come to my house if you take drugs. Compared to the consequence, if you take drugs at my house or before you come to my house, you will not be welcome to my home again, and you will never be able to see my children again. There's a big difference there. So ensure there are boundaries you can stick to, and always put it in with a consequence. For more details on boundaries, head over to my Facebook page at the pinned post. Now, what a mouthful. Justine, let's head over to your reading. What would you like to ask today?
Well, I just kind of have a lot going on in my life right now. I have my own healing practice. I'm a Reiki master, and I just met a guy. And I'm not quite sure what's going on there either. So whatever insight you can give me.
Okay. So do you want to look at advice and guidance on the business side of things or work side of things with your Reiki and healing, and then advice and guidance on the relationship, or the guy you've just met, rather than direct a specific answer that would lead you to, a question that's a closed question? Do you want an open-ended sort of advice and guidance on what is going on?
Yeah, just advice and guidance. I'm not looking for any specific answers.
Yep. Okay, great. So let's see what comes up. We will start with work-wise. Could I please have some advice and guidance For Justine, on the work front, on her personal skills of healing and Reiki. Okay. Look at that. And yeah. What do you have to tell me work-wise first? Okay. And I have a clarifier for that. Okay. Okay. And an outcome card. Okay. So, can you tell me a little bit of advice and guidance Justine needs to know about the man she's just met? Okay. So clarifies here. I'm trying to say. Okay. And an outcome card. All right. All right, so I'm not getting a really clear answer by looking just at the relationship side of things, right? But we are going to unpack that as best as we can within the show time. I'm wondering, are you emotionally burnt out at the moment? Are you reaching a stage that you're doing too much emotionally and you're leaving little energy and emotions for yourself to connect with? And I think work-wise, there needs to be an element, and this sounds very generic for all us healers or readers or spiritually gifted people. It is time, coincidentally, as we talk about boundaries today, for you to set some strong boundaries. You are not being rude or, harsh to set those boundaries for yourself so you can feel emotionally fulfilled and connected with you and your time. But I'm looking that there needs to be less flexibility with everyone. You're so available to everyone and there's so little left for you. I want to see more. I want to see this flip around because you're a very good manifestor if you want to talk about it on a spiritual term, but you're great at making things happen and bringing ideas to life. Unfortunately, that sparks a little bit out, and I'd like to see more financial reward for what you do. Is this making sense?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So when we look at this, we get the Magician, and I see the Magician as a wonderful card, a person that has all the tools available to them to make what they want possible. So we need to flip around that energy, that spark that's lacking in you. And to do that, go within and start serving yourself first before you give the best of you to everyone else. That best part of you should stick with you, and that will lead you to having, and I get to the Knight of Cups here, and it will lead you to being more resilient, but also with more heart. So having that balance when you learn when to shut off, but completely giving on your terms, not everyone else's. I feel that would help with your relationship as well, or the new person you've met. To be honest, I get no toxic cards here. I'm wondering if it's new, like you did say it was new, but is he a bit vague with you?
Yeah.
Okay. It appears that way in the cards too. I'm not getting anything wrong with him, but I feel that there's an element of it's a waiting game. I don't get any relationship cards here, but I get that someone that needs grounding. Look, you seem to be a great fit for him. Everything that you stand for and everything that you are, that part of you that is grounded and good at expressing their emotions, that balanced side of you, not the side that you're overgiving. So where we looked at your work and we discussed setting boundaries and switching off when you need to because you're emotionally giving to too many people and not yourself, I wonder if that's going to transfer over to this relationship. There is another side to this man, I feel, or this person. I feel that it is too early to tell. Yes, their intentions are good, but it's going to be a relationship that needs constant attention and, constant work. I don't, like I said, I don't have any toxicity up. I think it's too soon to see their intentions and their true self, but I think they're guarded and reserved. And there's obviously a reason for that, which is not my business in this reading. But when you get something, even if it's new, you want to see those passion. If it's too early for love, you want to see that spark and that passion. This guy's not fearful, but he's sort of shut off for a reason, and I think he does want to explore a relationship with you. It's not going to be a fairy tale movie type thing. It's going to test you. It's going to test him. But the idea is there that it could be emotionally fulfilling and a new way for him to connect with you if you have that time and that energy for him. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, and quite honestly, I prefer a slow burn instead of, everything, on fire right away. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. He's realistic, but I don't think he's in tune with his emotions. So if this is a good fit for you, I don't see any, we throw the word loosely around of toxicity or narcissism or unhealthiness. I see this as a reserved person because of experience, not because of unhealth, not because of they're an unhealthy or negative person. I don't see that at all. So, if you want to explore it, go ahead. The more you get to know them, the more you will both open up to each other.
Yeah, I feel like he's been let down a lot, or somebody has presented themselves in a way that they really weren't. They weren't being authentic. And he met me, and I'm just like, this is me. This is who I am. And I think I've confused him.
That's okay. You go and enjoy yourself. Trust yourself and your intuition. Remember, you have the ability to make anything you want come to life. So, what we talked about in your work life, extend that to your personal life as well. And it's been a pleasure reading for you. For anyone else that wants a booking, reach out to me for mini readings or paid readings. And I will see you next week. Justine, thank you so much for calling in today.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Have a great week. Tune in next week for values and self-worth.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you once again live from the city of New York, where, contrary to media reports, people are not getting machine gunned in the streets. In fact, ever since the lockdowns a couple of years ago, this is a far friendlier town. I'm in Midtown, so my area is just in the theater district near Times Square. So we get a lot of people from all over the world visiting us here, and even the locals are friendly. New Yorkers have a reputation for being nasty. Forget about it. You know, I can't even leave the house without getting into 2 or 3 conversations, just like between here and the grocery store, which is around the corner. People just are starved to talk and meet each other, and are they sick of politics? Let me tell you, that's my own unofficial straw poll. Why is it called a straw poll anyway? I'll have to look that up sometime. Speaking of straws, I had my, the summer is 8 days old, and I had my first gin and tonic today, and my second and my third of the summer. And I'm able to do that and sound so clear and level-headed because at my advanced age, I use like about a tablespoon of gin in each gin and tonic. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But I love the crispy, the refreshingness of gin and tonic with lime. Oh, man, that is just wonderful. To me, that's the second best thing you can do with lime. First best is key lime pie. Outstanding. I used to make such a wonderful key lime pie. I brought one to a restaurant a friend of mine owned years ago, and the people each got a slice, and then they put it in the refrigerator, and then unbeknownst to even the owner of the place, the staff sold it. They thought, oh, look, we have key lime pie on the menu. Now, I can't do that because I'm not, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many thousands of regulations there are if you want to go into the food business, which is one of the reasons I didn't. But if you want to get into that, wow, I mean, people talk about, well, we need smaller government. One of the areas, I'm not going to get into the political aspects of it, but you can take years to satisfy the requirements for the labeling of a package when you sell food. So I steer clear of that kind of stuff. I have lots of nice things for sale because I think it's nice to sell nice things. And I unfortunately, I had to raise my prices lately because, in case you hadn't noticed, right, things are getting more and more expensive. But I did raise, this is just fair warning for the people who go to mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org. You don't have to go to mojoacademy.org. I'm mentioning that over and over again. But yeah, because, I do say, look, this is really not the time to spend money on extraneous things. But there are a couple of books at mojoacademy.org that I think they rise to the level of necessity, especially in the times that we're in now, where, unfortunately, we have a lot of people in this country right now scared to death over things they don't understand. They think they understand it. That's the essence of fear, I suppose. But everything is going to move along just fine. This is a time of change, and change scares people. And that's why I think one of the things that I recommend the most is a book called Unmasking Fear. It was written in 1919. I wrote 2 introductions to the updated version of it because I wasn't old enough to write in 1919. But it's a book that is very important, and I love it when people buy it and talk about it because it is about the way certain power structures in the world control people by keeping them afraid, you see. Now, I always say that everything you need to know about politics, you can see in the movie The Music Man, where the guy whips everybody up into a frenzy over a problem that doesn't exist just so that he can sell them a solution. Okay? We see this all the time. All the time. And people, I'm sorry to have to say this, but fear is addicting. Physically, fear is addicting because there's certain hormones that get released when the adrenaline goes running, and it changes the body, it changes the mind. And unfortunately, there are people who become addicted to fear, and they need a dose of fear, and they're always going to be afraid. And if you try to show them that what they're afraid of isn't really scary, they'll cut your throat. You're taking away something that's most important. There are, for some reason, people who only feel alive when they're scared. This is where we get these like vertical drop roller coasters. A good old-fashioned roller coaster isn't enough for our jaded society. But this book, Unmasking Fear, when it was written, there wasn't even radio. There was no mass media. People didn't understand. Now, you want to understand why mass media has the power to scare you? And you want to understand when they realized it? Go to YouTube, look online for the 1930s. Was it 39, I guess, was it, or 38? See how terrible I am with dates. I can tell you a story about the worst date I ever had, but that's a little later. Listen to the Orson Welles famous, everyone knows about it, but very few people have actually heard it. The Orson Welles War of the Worlds broadcast. Here's something that's fascinating to maybe 4 people listening. That script was actually edited down and written by the actor Paul Stewart, which very few people, some of you out there have got to be Paul Stewart fans, like I am. You'll know him when you see him. He's wonderful in Kiss Me Deadly. But this was the thing that achieved legendary status when Orson Welles pretended to have Martians invading New Jersey. And people believed it. Now, was there nationwide panic the way the newspapers reported it the next day? No. There are some interesting books about why newspapers misreported it. However, enough people did believe it. Enough people did believe that something could be launched, a spaceship could be launched on Mars and land in New Jersey 8 minutes later, which on its own is ludicrous, that the powers that be at the time learned that whatever people hear from a well-modulated voice over the radio and later television will be believed by a certain percentage of the people. And that's what we have now. And you say, how can this person or that person lie? Well, because it works, and that there's just no other way around it. But using fear, the one thing that I spent years in the news business and I spent years in politics. And one thing is the flip side of the other. I know that a lot of you understand that there's a direct politics to media pipeline, and I was on it. How can I phrase this? If you're busy being scared, you're not going to think about what's coming up. You're not going to be rational about things. When you're scared, the blood drains from your brain, literally. It goes to your arms and your legs, so that you can run or fight. It's a fight or flight syndrome. Literally, scaring you makes you dumber. We've all been startled and then found out that it was scared and it was something silly. I got the bejabbers scared out of me one night when I saw myself in a mirror. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but at that point, it was the middle of the night in somebody else's apartment. I was visiting a friend. I couldn't have been more than 10 years old, at least. I was in the area of about 10 years old when there had been a massive power failure, and I didn't know my way around, and I turned a corner in the apartment in the dark, and there was a person coming right at me, and it was me in a mirror, but I didn't know that because I was scared, you see. So I didn't even recognize myself. See? What is the expression people use? I want you to repeat this to yourself because this is behind all the attempts to scare you in media. Scared out of your wits. Okay? What are your wits? Your wits are your intelligent faculties. Scared out of your wits. That's the holy grail of broadcasting. And this book, Unmasking Fear, was written before broadcasting, which is up at the time it was written, broadcasting was a farming term. It had to do with scattering seeds. That was broadcasting your seed. Just throw it across the field. So they picked up that as a metaphor for running things on mass media, which prior to radio never existed. I mean, nobody was hunched over the Morse code machine. I think the correct word is telegraph, Elliot, and waiting for like fight results. So anyway, this is by way of my mentioning mojoacademy.org and why I like to sell ethical products. I don't sell anything that's unethical. I don't sell like a magical kit that will cure this or that problem. I do sell magical kits that can help you deal with these problems. I don't sell them very often because most of the time I dissuade people from buying them. Brilliant sales technique, right? To talk people out of the sale. But if a person doesn't need it, I don't want to sell it to them. I explain that in my book. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Gee, isn't that funny how everything I bring up now is related to a product I'm pushing? And at the same time, though, you see, I'm telling you, don't buy anything from me. And I mean it sincerely. Because I sell some of the pendants that I have, which have magical symbols on them, and I can. And anybody buys those and you don't know how to use it, just contact me and I'll let you know. But like I said, we're in very dangerous times right now because people are scared, and if you're under 40, which I'm trusting some of you are, you never experienced inflation like this, never. And all I'll tell you, without, this is nothing magical. This is no serious revelation. The only way you can fix and stop inflation is with recession. And recession, if it gets out of control, becomes a depression. Now, we have not heard that word depression since 1932, when the Great Depression happened. I remember a radio personality asking, what was so great about the Depression? I didn't think it was very good. Why do they call it the great? No, great means huge. This is what, in fact, originally was meant when people referred to the United States as this great land of ours. They meant that it goes from coast to coast, that it's huge, it's colossal. And of course, these things change, because to me, my favorite word that shifted is incredible. People think incredible means wonderful. Incredible means lacking in credibility and can't be believed. Now, a few years ago, about 15, 20 years ago, there was a guy advertising a product on the radio here, which was garbage. It was a fake product. It was a pseudo-medical thing. It was garbage. It was baloney. I'm using the most polite words I can in mixed company. But he didn't get into trouble. When they tried to shut him down, he said, I told people it was not real, because his ad began with the words, everything I'm about to tell you now is completely incredible. Now, what he was saying was, don't believe me. But everybody heard it as, being, wow, that's incredible. That is not what incredible means. So, boy, am I going on a tangent here. My favorite fruit is a tangent. The thing is that we have fear now, and the money supply is shrinking in value. You can't do that accidentally, I might add. For some reason I can't even fathom, people wanted to do this, and they did it. Now, they won't use the word depression. That's what got me on Words Changing, because of the images that conjures up of people selling apples, and the mythology that the stock market crashed in October of 1929 and the next day the Depression started. No, the Depression started a little bit later. There, a couple of years after that, but it was still bad after the stock market crash. But we have two bad choices now. We can leave things the way they are, and bit by bit your savings and your money will go away. Your house will be worth more, but nobody will be able to buy it. or they can engineer a recession, and it will be really bad for about 2 years with high unemployment. But after that, we'll be fine. And people don't want to do that. People really resent the idea of having to suffer to get something. And I understand that. And they should question. They should ask questions like, why was this done? So I'm going to be getting tarot readings tonight. You watch, that have a lot of new beginnings in them. Aces, the Wheel of Fortune. I pull a card before each show to give me a sense of what's going on in the environment. And the card I got was the Wheel of Fortune, which is we're in changing times. I certainly hope, because we can't maintain what's going on now. We can't keep this up because people are suffering, and there's no need for it. The problem is that for the first couple of years, the cure is worse than the disease. The people of Japan took care of this many years ago when they had rampant inflation, and the government told them what they were going to do. Said, we are good. They didn't lie to them. They didn't say everything is fine. Everybody knew it wasn't. And they said, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a recession. People are going to be struggling. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but you're going to be fine in a couple of years. So they asked people to help each other and work together, right? Help your neighbors, work together, and we'll all get through this. And they did. And Japan emerged as one of the strongest economies on the planet. Well, you can't do that at a time when the political and media people are pushing division. We're supposed to hate people who disagree with us. And this is very important. This comes out as the sum and substance of the book, Unmasking Fear, because you're not supposed to disagree with somebody. You're supposed to cancel them. You're supposed to eradicate them. You're supposed to fear them if they disagree with you. Anytime I state an opinion when I get into a political discussion, I do it with the underlying assumption that I could be wrong. Because if I'm willing to assume that you're wrong, then I have to understand that you can assume that I'm wrong. And you may have a point, and that's called learning. But right now, we have a situation when we need it the least, where it's my team is better than your team. And I'm going to vote for my team. But that's changing. People are switching teams. I won't go into that too deeply because that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here. But I'm just saying that the problem we're facing now is far from transitory, and it's going to hurt people. And this is the time when you may want to take a look at some of the books that I have at mojoacademy.org. Not all of them. I mean, I don't think you need the books like on numerology, or I don't think you need the book about William Jennings Bryan's last speech, things like that. They're interesting and they're historical. But what we need now is a toolbox, man. We need tools to deal with what's being thrust upon us by people who claim to love us and care of us and have our best interest at heart. Okay. I think you know where I'm going with that. So, I'm not going to get political on this because politics comes and goes. And, anyone over 40 has been here before. We've seen it before, and we knew we'd see it again. And you can't plausibly say that everything is fine and we don't need to do anything. But prepare yourselves mentally and emotionally, because there are people who want to scare you. That's all I want to get across now. Bad things, we don't like when bad things happen, but bad things happen. And that is not to say that bad things don't make us better. The old thing, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I'm not sure I want to be made stronger that way. That's a good swift kick in the groin is not going to make me stronger tomorrow, but so don't do that to me. But what I'm telling you is there's a highly paid industry out there to scare you, and I am here to give you positive energy and hope in terms of reality, which is that the reality is there is a whole industry which is coexistent with politics, which is designed to scare you. So if you're feeling scared, okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to change things that you can't change? Or are you going to change the things that you can change, which are like essentially you? You can change you. See? And then you'll be stronger for that. That's the long way of saying, come on, guys, don't be scared needlessly. Fear is important, by the way. Fear is the emotion that tells us something's wrong. When you're constantly in fear, that's terror, and that's no good. You know, we punish terrorists because terror is no good. Same thing with anger. Anger is good. Anger is the feeling that tells you that you've been mistreated. Constant anger is rage, and that will kill you. It will kill you. So check out certain things like Reverend Elliott Explains It All. See, I've got things in that book that'll show you how to use meditation techniques to clear the negative energy away from you. There's recordings there at mojoacademy.org for cleansing negative energy. It works. Let me tell you, it works. You know, this is, I think, one of the greatest inventions of modern history was the iPod. I know they're not going to be making them anymore, but there's still music players that you can use. And just put a meditation on that, pop it on your head at night, and go to sleep listening to it. And you'll be amazed at what good stuff it can do. And you can see, I even have the Three Stooges meditation disc at mojoacademy.org. And all these things are there to help. Psycholaxation. Now, that was a recording. Could you imagine? That was a record from 1955 as a guided meditation, possibly one of the first ones. You'd have to put what we would call the hi-fi right near the bed in those days. Now you can just pop earbuds on and listen to psycholaxation. These are all things that will help you, and that's why I mentioned mojoacademy.org. Like I said, in times like these, I'm torn between not wanting to do any hard pressure sales technique stuff, which I don't do anyway. But there are things there that will change your life. That was the reason that we started Mojo Brothers Publishing. There are things there that will change your life. And among them will be those things like the Three Stooges meditation. The Shemp. It's a Shemp meditation disc. I know it sounds silly, but it works. It's been around since the 70s and was an underground cassette, and you can get a CD of it and get that audio out and put it into your player. Psycholaxation, that has helped me beautifully. I have chakra meditations there that will clear your negative energy because, folks, negative energy is coming at you like a tidal wave right now. And they're counting on it. They're running negative energy and negative stuff on television constantly to get you to be messed up. Don't allow it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and get to the tarot readings, which is why we're here. But I'm doing this because this environment of fear, anger, rage, deliberately foisted upon us by people who make money. They do it for money to hurt people. We got to bring an end to this. And I want you all to take responsibility for cleansing your own mind and spirit of the negative, ugly energies that highly paid people are putting there. Let me tell you something, because I've done it. I opened up by saying I had my first gin and tonic of the summer today. You don't, just please trust me on this. You do not want to sit down in a bar and have drinks with news people, because your anger level and your blood pressure will rise. They are not what you think they are. They're not Walter Cronkite sitting in a room just giving you the news. These are these are like pushers of fear. And they know it and they like it. I'll be happy to talk to any of you off the air about this if you want to. I mean, quite seriously. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. Anybody wants to get in touch with me about any of this, you just drop me a line. Also, if you want a free tarot mini reading, that's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience. Drop me a line there. asktarot@earthlink.net. I've been shuffling up the cards, you see. And it won't help because the cards are going to show that these are times of change and negativity. But we're going to deal with it on an individual level. There goes my throat. Hang on. There we are. The golden throat is back. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and we're going to get to our first reading. Draw back the curtain on the magical window for Angela in Brooklyn. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellow New Yorker?
Oh, I guess I'm okay. Just
Well,
trying.
maybe we can make it better. It is tiring, you know. I mean, here we keep hearing about how horrible things are in New York now, and we're here, you know. But I don't know. I mean, things have been better, but I don't think of it as horrible. I don't know. So
No, I
what can
don't
I
think
tell
of
you?
it as horrible either. I love New York.
Yeah, you know, the people outside of New York, a lot of people, they still think that Death Wish was what New York was really like. You know, even back then, New York
No.
wasn't like that. You know, so
No,
hey,
I still love going in the city. I mean, it's coming back, and I'm really
Yes.
happy that, you know.
yeah. I mean, we have a few nuts around, but for a city of 8.5 million people, goodness, you know.
But they were always there.
Yes, they were. They were. So, Angela, what can I look at for you?
Well, since my husband's been gone a few years, and right
Oh.
now financially I'm kind of struggling, but I have my house, and I have an apartment that I was renting, a co-op, and I'm in the process of selling it, but it's been a lot of problems with the real estate. It's been a disaster, and I just hope it's going to end soon without me going, you know, making a little bit of a profit, but I'm having a very hard time and, you know, trusting the real estate guy. And I just, I hope it ends soon because financially I need it to end.
Yeah, well, I tell you, while you started talking, before you told me what was on your mind, the first card I got was the King of Coins, which is about money, which is about mastering money and dealing with money. So I could see that was the issue. There's also sadness involved. I guess that relates to the loss of your husband because I have the Nine of Swords here. So there's still a lot of sadness going on in around that, and there always will be, I'm sure.
And then I have
this,
family issues. You know, family makes me crazy and stuff.
Oh,
but
well, hey, you know,
that's kind of normal.
I know. I actually fired my family long ago. You know, so I did. I said right out, you know, so genetics doesn't give you a special privilege to abuse me, folks. So
Yeah, well, they do anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you, there's changes coming. That's the Wheel of Fortune. There's changes coming your way, and they're going to be good changes because the next card is the Eight of Cups, and that is a card of a person who gets from where she is, you know, to something and leaves something that isn't working, which is where you are, and is going to something better. So you're working on improving yourself, and I see that it's going to pay off because the next card is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of satisfaction and enjoyment. It's also a card that is a person who knows how to enjoy life. There's a warning in that card that people may be envious of you because of that you're going to live well. You know, and there's the Ace of Cups too. So the two things these are very good cards here. The two things that are most important to you are financial but emotional. I mean, you're not one of these people who's going to do anything for money. That it has to feel right for you, and you're going to get that. You're going to do that. In fact, I've got the Ten of Cups, which is a great card of happiness and joy. So you will come through this okay. It's one of the quirks of inflation is that real estate gets to bring in more money than it would ordinarily. It's one of those strange things. That's why when inflation starts coming, it looks like a good time at first. It's because, you know, and because there's a lot of money around, and you know there was a lot of money being spent. So there's still a chance that things will work out well for you. In fact, I have a card here which is the Six of Rods, which is great success and triumph. So I do think that things are going to work out really well for you.
And what about emotionally and all that? I mean, I do keep busy. I do have friends and stuff, but I'm still kind of stuck.
Well, I there's nothing you can do except, you know, understand that it's the way of life. You know, when we outlive somebody who was that close to us, it's not fair. You know what I mean? That's about it. But the Ace of Cups is here, which is a rebirth of emotional stuff. The aces are beginnings, and the cups are joy and happiness and affairs of the heart and So it's telling me that, wow, this is the best of all of them. This is the same thing on steroids. It is the sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth. So I think you're going to come through okay. Let me just shuffle it up one more and get one more card.
Okay. Oh,
and see if that adds anything to it, because it's a boringly happy reading, So let's see what we get here. This probably relates to the real estate thing. It's the Three of Rods, and that is about you in partnership with somebody else are waiting for the results to happen, and the results will happen. The results will come in.
Okay.
So hang in there, and you remember, if you don't feel right about a professional who's working on your behalf, speak to that person and consider finding somebody else. This is because this is a time of this is a time when people who have assets have a little bit more power than usual. Like if you're one of those lucky people who has some cash to deal with, you'll get better interest rates now. That's a byproduct of inflation, and you gotta take it where you get it, right? But I think you're going to come out of this okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, which we're going to do right now for Donna in Del City, Oklahoma. Hi, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, my goodness. Everything helps.
Was there anything in particular you want to look at?
Maybe just well, no, not really.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I have a card here that is a card of somebody who feels stuck and is not moving and not going anywhere. Is that what you're feeling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I said it tonight. Yes, I did.
That's the Eight of Swords.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a circle. Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can take a look at what that's all about, because I do see better times coming for you, and coming soon, I might add, because that's the Eight of Rods. That means whatever's coming your way is in motion now. This is vague, but it says, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, did something happen that made you sad recently?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Because I've got.
Yeah.
I have this. You don't have to tell me more than you want to. If you don't want to go into detail, that's absolutely fine. But I'm seeing that you're feeling stuck, which you confirmed. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness, and I don't want to go into more than that, because you know what it means. You know what I'm talking about. You know why you're feeling sad, and if you don't want to go into it, I certainly am not going to force you to go into that in front of all these people. But I do see this situation changing and getting better for you, and sooner than you think. Not right away, but sooner than you think.
You're blowing my mind, because everything you're hitting right on the head. Right on the head. Yes.
Is there a legal matter in your life right now?
Yes, but I can't get anywhere with it. I had a daughter that was in an accident and killed, and I don't know. I wasn't told what happened. I was told she was in an accident, didn't survive, but she was hit by a train, and I never did find the body. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I've got cards that indicate both a legal issue and sadness. So now what I was going to ask you about the sad part, but you just told us. So yeah, these are all the things. The cards are showing me exactly what's on your mind, and the cards are showing me exactly what the issues are. Now that doesn't really help, because let's see if we can shuffle them up and see what it's going to be like in the near future here. See if we can get some kind of idea about where this is leading you. This is the thing about tarot, which is just astounding to me. As many years as I've been doing this, which is about 42,000 years in human years, it never ceases to amaze me how these cards can get right to what's going on. Okay, now again, I shuffled up the cards. You heard them, but I've got still the Nine of Swords, which is the card of great sadness, and the Judgment card. That's why I asked about the law. These cards came back. And then I have another one for you, which is about the Judgment card is about getting what you deserve. It's getting what belongs to you. It's getting what you merit. And the Temperance card is here. The Temperance card is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the Ten of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the Judgment and Justice cards are a pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. See, it's amazing to me how tarot goes right to the heart of what's going on. Now, if it doesn't, if because every time I ask the question, like, did you have a loss recently? I'm making an inference from the cards that I pull, but I'm always prepared for it to be wrong. It rarely is wrong. And that's not me. That's not, look what a great tarot reader I am. No. That is such a trap in the esoteric world, when the magician starts to take credit for the work. But it's not. We work the system. In fact, if you remember the stories, if you remember your Bible stories, this is why Moses was denied entry into the Promised Land. Could you imagine wandering around for all these years and not allowed in, because he did something. He claimed credit for a miracle that he didn't do. And he needed to be brought down a peg for that one. And that's why he was denied entry in the Promised Land. Courtney in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good. Anything special you want to look at, or should I just look through the cards and see what shows up?
I kind of wanted to talk about like my past life. I've always felt really connected to Marilyn Monroe, and I don't know if there's actually something there. So if we could tap into that.
I had an interesting experience with Arthur Miller, to whom she was married for a while. That was a weird experience. There was a guy who, I'll tell you briefly, there was a guy who was famous in the 1960s who by the 1990s, he had a lot of weird ideas, but he was a fascinating guy. He made a lot of things happen. And I introduced him to a literary agent, and we were sitting in a restaurant having lunch, and he used to get up and walk out of the restaurant every few minutes because next door was an off-track betting parlor, which we used to have in New York. Only New York City could run a bookie joint and blow it and ruin it. So they had to be shut down. But he was a little bit of an overpowering personality, this man. And he could inflate his ego a bit. And one of the times he left the restaurant to go to check on his bets, the agent turned to me and says, who does he think he is, Arthur Miller? And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh, my gosh.
this kind of stuff that happened around this guy all the time. So, hey, what can I tell you? If you feel a connection, it can be real. Now, what I can do is look at some stuff for you.
I'm also a medium,
excellent.
and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to like everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3 loves in my life. I'm very young, I could say 24, but I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. I just being a medium, I've never been able to read myself unless I'm talking to someone else.
There's an image in Buddhism about lifetimes. Like how many lifetimes how long do we have to do this? And the image is this. Picture a huge mountain like the size of Mount Everest, right? Yeah. And a bird flies by Mount Everest with a piece of silk in its beak. And the piece of silk brushes against the top of Mount Everest. And that bird flies by once a year. The amount of time we need is the amount of time it takes that bird with the silk to wear the mountain down.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, it's in Hinduism, of course, they deal in hundreds of thousands of year installments, kalpas and things like that. Have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times. Worked with them a few times, though I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out. But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October. I got out, and it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
So you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes, and I have those too. When I've done past life regressions, I've seen images of, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just some really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware. Yeah. That's a good sign. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there is a book that my company reprinted called "How I Discovered My Mediumship," and it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But see, she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet she gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium, in fact.
Yeah, I'm actually able to pick up on people's health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye or your right knee or your shoulder or your back pain or your stomach, like even your heart. Like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
got her palm read too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so
Oh, wow.
Have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be, you might, just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prison.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have from this life, even. You know, because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, but I would recommend, because you do see. I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that. Yeah. You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, you know. So give it a shot.
It may through my hospitalization.
It may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here, just let me leave you with this, since I'm here for tarot. There's a Four of Cups is the card I get for you, and that is a card that shows a person looking at 3 cups. And there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important, because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, you know, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend the Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But How I Discovered My Mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple of blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all 3 cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The 10 of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading, but it does look like this is a decent option, because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that, you know, it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do. Okay. Right. Because, you know, financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, you know, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man, you know, because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but you know, it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is we're looking at more lofty things here, which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there's changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, you know. Or they'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, I'm so scared. What's going on? What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but no, don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you, and this is a novelty, live tonight. I think I missed all of November, and I'll explain why. And it has nothing to do with Twitter and my wheelings and dealings in cryptocurrency. None of that, because none of that makes any sense. I don't buy anything I can't touch. You know, it's that simple. And sometimes you can touch things you rent, but that could get you in trouble too. You know what I learned? I learned a very important lesson while I was out ill. And I'll tell you what, I was not necessarily ill. I was incredibly sleepy. I'll tell you what happened is, and some of you know about this, I have a couple of ridiculous chronic medical conditions that they don't bother me for the most part. But now and then they'll flare up every few years, because I'm lucky. It used to be every night, but I had some doctors who got it under control. And it causes intense stabbing pain in like one little teeny point in your body. It's like somebody's taking a red-hot needle and poking you with it. And that happens every couple of minutes. So it's not continuous pain. If I had continuous pain, I would have had no problem joining you every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. But since this kind of sneaks up on you and jabs you, I would have interrupted every couple of minutes with incredible shrieks of agony. Now, the only way to deal with that incredible shriek of agony, if I want to put it aside, is with some truly heavy-duty painkillers. I mean, I'm on some lists that the New York State government keeps of people who use particular drugs, legally uses them, and so that's just the police state stuff. But they just want to keep track of people with pain relief. And that was the big problem, because this kind of pain will only last a day or so at most. The most I've ever had it happen is 2 days. But the effect of the painkillers will make me sick for a week. I mean sick. I mean nauseated. Just I would make the world's worst junkie, because I can't handle narcotics. They just make me so sick. But there comes a point when I needed them, and for the last few weeks, it just came up around the time of the show that I needed it. And by the time the show came along, by the time Wednesday came along, the pain was gone, but I was, believe me, you don't want to tune in to listen to a tarot reader being sick to their stomach on the air. It's not conducive to a good mental outlook. So I had to essentially sleep it off. But I'm coming out of it now. First of all, I'm really lazy. I could use any excuse to sleep. I went for a walk today. That was good. Tell you what happened on my walk. I was walking east here in the charming neighborhood of Hell's Kitchen in New York City, just west of Times Square. And a little boy, probably no more than 9, was walking toward me with his adult caretaker. Just a normal little boy, probably coming home from school. It was after 3 o'clock. And now, when I go out, I wear an eye patch. I have to, because the vision in one eye is so messed up that it interferes with the other eye. And if I'm going out, I want to see as clearly as possible, because we have drivers here in New York who think that things like red lights are a suggestion. So I'm very careful about that. So I go out with an eye patch, and I figured as long as I have to wear an eye patch, I'll get the biggest, nastiest, meanest looking one I could find. And sometimes the reaction is good. I get into bizarre conversations with women who find that rather attractive. So they see no more than my disability, but something. I guess I seem like a swashbuckler, but if they gave it any thought, they'd see that I'm a bad swashbuckler. Am I going to walk around with a button that says, yeah, you should see the other guy? No. So this little boy points at me with in astonishment and says, "Are you a pirate?" Now, that's just cute. That's just, you can't beat that. I said to him, "No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm not a pirate. But that sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll give it a try. Thanks." And he smiled, and we parted company, and now he'll spend the rest of his life thinking that he met a pirate, which is, hey, there you go. But that was my first time out in a while. And if I can't get out and do things, I go stir crazy. And you don't want me talking to a whole bunch of people through Ask One Radio while I'm going stir crazy. So in the wonderful words of Stan Laurel in the movie Blockheads, I'm better now. I am much better now. But the pain is gone. I can only describe the pain to which I'm subjected every few years as where the stories of sticking pins in dolls must have come from. Because that's what it feels like. It feels like somebody is taking a red-hot pin and just sticking it in one teeny little point of the body. But whoa, does that hurt. So I can either scream my lungs out. That's the other thing. There was one day where I was feeling much better. The pain was gone. The effect of the narcotics wore off. But I couldn't speak because I had been screaming in agony for a day and a half. Oh, man. So, look, that's what happened to me in November. And now today, I was a pirate. But we're back now, and we're going to look at the tarot cards. And I learned some very interesting things because I was following the news, which, of course, is really something. As long as I'm in grotesque agony and pain, I might as well look at the news. What's it going to do to me, right? I noticed that there was a big story on the front page of the New York Times today. We asked experts how people can enjoy the holidays. And I keep thinking, what is wrong with you? Just enjoy life. If you can't enjoy the holidays, don't bother with them. I don't enjoy soccer games, so I don't bother with it. No, you don't. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know why so many people get so upset this time of year. Unless, of course, it occurred to me looking at the news that in order to be what we now call a social justice warrior, the first thing in your life is you must be able to see anything and suck the joy out of it. That's it. Only a social justice warrior could look at a baked potato with sour cream and chives on it and worry about the farmers using too much water to raise chives and sour cream being a stolen a good because it was taken involuntarily from a cow. You just enjoy life. Just enjoy life. If something, I'm not saying be a complete hedonist because we all do things we don't enjoy doing when we have to do them. I just mailed off my electrical utility bill. I don't enjoy doing that, but I do enjoy having electricity. And I use as little of it as possible, not out of a sense of a bloated sense of me saving the planet, but because I don't like it. I prefer candlelight. I prefer oil lamps. I prefer an old look. I'm looking right now at my desk here in the studio at my telephone. It's a candlestick phone, which has now been rendered obsolete for making calls because it has a dial on it. A dial, an actual dial, which the phone company people will not recognize anymore. So there used to be a gizmo about the size of just like one of those things that you click to open your car door now from 20 miles away. And it had a touchpad on it. And that was for people who had rotary phones and didn't want to upgrade to touch tone. But there is, believe it or not, this is arcane stuff, but there is a difference between a push button phone and a touch tone phone, which I'm not going to go into now because I've spent way too much time alone lately. So these things occur to me, But that would allow you to dial if you were in a system that used the touch tone system, but you had a rotary phone. And now I can't find those anywhere. I can't even find them at eBay. I don't even know what the hell to call them to find one, but that's, hey, what can you do? I'm a very old-fashioned kind of guy. The only working phonograph we have here, and I do mean phonograph, is a cylinder player. But, you know, we have all of our things on MP3 now, which I hear MP3 is, you know, hey, come on, Gramps, what are you doing with MP3? You know, stick it in the cloud or something. And I think I might give a very rude answer if somebody said to me, stick it in the cloud. I don't want to go into that now. But what I learned, overall, following the news, is that the richest man in the world, at least he was before he bought Twitter, I don't know if he still is, the richest man in the world thinks that, judging by his tweets, that you make a word plural by adding apostrophe S. And that's heartbreaking. That's just heartbreaking. I know there are people who accuse him of all kinds of evil and all kinds of terrible things, but to me, that's just heartbreaking. That an adult multi-billionaire can't spell. Oh, gosh. What are you going to do? So I am ready and eager to get back to going through the magical window of the tarot with you. And I want to say a special thank you to the people who had readings scheduled with me, but were kind enough to understand and defer those readings until I stopped screaming in agony. And I did manage to get out books and soaps and the Mojo Brothers shaving soap. It's still out there. It's a good stocking stuffer, guys. You still have time. Get to mojoacademy.org. Take a look at the shaving soap. And I managed to get that stuff out. The post office has a wonderful service where when you pack something and you buy the postage online, you can schedule a pickup, and of course they never show up. so it was a bit challenging, but we did get it all mailed out. So even if there had been a slight delay or so, if you haven't gotten the stuff that you've ordered from old Uncle Elliot, it's coming soon. It's in the mail. It's on the way. So I'm shuffling up the cards. The cards. Blowing the dust off my tarot cards because it's been a while. I make it a policy not to do any occult work while I'm ill, especially out-of-body experience. While my body is in a traumatized state, I don't think it's a good idea to leave it, because I may never get back in. That's the main thing. The other thing is, as I said, I'm just naturally lazy. So I took a month off to scream and yell in agony and let my voice heal. And regardless of what New York State thinks, I do not use recreational narcotics. I couldn't if I wanted to. I don't. If you can show me how to get how to stick an olive into a fentanyl patch, I'd listen to you. But no, if I want anything recreational, it'll be a martini, and I'm not stupid enough to drink liquor while I'm using painkillers. No. I've done many stupid things in my life. That ain't one of them. So let's get to the magical window. I am going to pull back the curtain on the magical window now by ringing a bell 3 times to declare that we are entering sacred space. And by sacred space, I mean that's where we're going to operate in the occult realm and look at the cards and see what they say. And there will be a minimum of sales pitches. Because I don't like to do that anyway. I don't like to hustle products, but this is the time of year that I like to make gift suggestions. And I could say, for instance, before we ring that bell, mojoacademy.org for books there. There's a book there that will change your life, and there are books there that are fun, such as the collection of risque 1960s Bev naps, cocktail napkins. That is a good one. That's a nice, fun, unoccult one. Although the effect of laughter is magical, And then there's magic-works.com, which is the main website, magic-works.com. You go there and click on occult jewelry, and you'll see some beautiful stuff there. And that gets shipped out from the manufacturer, who is running a sale now. Blast them. They're taking food off my table. But no, I like saving people money. So if you go to magic-works.com and look at the occult jewelry, remember that's magic with a K, C-K at the end, and you go to occult jewelry, you'll see some beautiful stuff there that can enhance your life. So here we go. We are now in sacred space, and I will pull back the magical windows curtain for Audrey in Oceanside, California. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Audrey. How are you tonight?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, good. What can I look at for you?
I'm hoping to get insight into career and relationships.
Okay, I want to ask you one question first. Have you recently been in a relationship that didn't work out?
Yes.
Because the first card I got, and I got this just when you said relationship, is the Three of Swords, and that is what that's about. It's about a relationship that didn't work. It shows us a heart pierced by three swords and crying, and it was not a good experience, is what this is saying. It's the kind of thing that if it's marriage, this would indicate divorce. It's a breaking up. If you wanted to look at the condition of an entire nation, that card would indicate civil war. So it's not very good. On the other hand, the next card is the Queen of Swords, and the swords are about mental activity. And the royal cards here, the court cards, indicate the formation of ideas. And this is telling me that you're in the process of seeing life in a new way, that your thoughts are changing, that you're growing in terms of the way you see the world. Do you feel that happening?
Yeah, I've felt that way over the last few months.
Yeah, a lot of us have been forced to feel that way, that's for sure. But too many people fight that. But what I see is that it's happening with you, and it's not in the beginning stage. It's in a stage where it's taking formation. So it's not just nebulous; it's coming together. But you're just working this out now. The next two cards
I'm
are
trying to.
Well, you're doing it. That's the important thing. So the cards are saying you're succeeding. The next two cards are also about relationships. These are cup cards. The Four of Cups is a card that I really like getting in these readings because it's mysterious in a way. It's about somebody being interested in you, and this person has not made their intentions known yet. That's the way I interpret. There are many different interpretations of this card, but that's one that really resonates with me when it turns out to be a romantic type question, because it shows a person contemplating the state of their emotional existence, and there's a cloud next to the person, and a hand is coming out offering a new cup, and the person doesn't see it yet. So it means that something unexpected is coming. Good too. Because the next card is the Page of Cups. That's a court card. And the Page of Cups, like the swords were about new ways of thinking developing, this is about emotional and relationship things developing. And the page is the appearance. It's completely developed. This is telling me that there is a relationship headed your way, and it's very likely going to be somebody who has an eye on you and is interested in you, but hasn't made that known yet. There's just a little bit. I have the Three of Rods here, which is rods are career, but in this context, it's about waiting for something to appear. So I think that from these cards, what I'm seeing is you went through a bad experience. You're thinking differently now. You're growing and shifting in your perspective and your mind. Your mind is growing, and that's important. And because of that, there's going to be something good coming in terms of a relationship, but it's still got a little bit time to go. But it's on the way, because that's what you're doing. Okay?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I've not had really good relationships, and I actually lost one of my exes recently. So, yeah, I definitely am thinking differently.
Well, you're. Let me see if I can get one more card. Okay, well, this is a good one. What's coming is coming sooner than I expected. It's the Eight of Rods, and that's about this. What you're doing is is happening. It's not only happening, but it's in its final stages, which means that it's going to come through to you very soon. So keep an eye out for somebody who may seem interested in you that you haven't really paid attention to, okay?
Okay, I will.
But you're coming. You're. The main thing here is that this whole painful stuff that happened is not only behind you, but good stuff is ahead of you. Oh gosh, I just got the card. The card that I just got is one I would have hoped to get earlier. The Six of Swords, which this is why the tarot cards spook me sometimes. The Six of Swords. Swords again. It's mental activity, and this shows a person on rough waters pushing a little boat to calm water. And the accepted meaning of this is that you are getting from where you are to where you want to be through your own efforts. And that verifies what I said about the Queen of Swords, is that you're doing this. You're actively going into a new direction with the way you're operating your thoughts in your mind. So keep it up. It's working. It's good for you, okay?
Great. It sounds promising.
Beautiful. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thank you. Good night.
My pleasure. Bye-bye. And let's shuffle the cards. You're listening to, I don't even know if I mentioned this earlier. I was so focused on what I was saying at the end of October, and then I vanished. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, on the Ask One Radio Network, where we have been for over 10 years now, getting together. I think this month is my 11th anniversary. We've been getting together every year. Snap out of it. Every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. You can go to askoneradio.com. Look at the archive for the masochists among you for well over 300 back editions of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, going back to the very beginning, when I didn't know what to expect. I didn't even know if this would work. I had never read tarot cards for people through machinery. I had no idea at all. And now here I am, and I've been doing it now coming up on nigh unto 11 years. And it's fun, and it's helped out. My life has changed. I have actually, now this is odd because I'm like the holdout here, and I know that this isn't going to last. I do a radio gig here, but I'm going to be switching over to video. I mean, there's no avoiding it. Because that is now, at this point, it's the wave of the past. But I'm like one of those old-time radio guys who scoffed at television and called it smell-o-vision, and it'll never replace radio. But let's face it, we're going to do that. But I haven't done any of those video things yet here at Ask One Radio, and my picture is up on the recordings of the show. But I've been recognized on the street by people, which is fascinating. Where is my anonymity? My public won't leave me alone. Magdalena in Toms River, New Jersey is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing right across the river there?
All right, so far.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. How's that? You want to take a shot at making things a little better? What can I look at for you? What can the cards show you?
I would like to know about my marriage and my mother-in-law that passed away and my father. If we get a message.
Okay, and you wanted to know about your marriage?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll take a look. I'm sure you know pretty much more than these cards know, but we'll see. I want to...
Okay.
Because usually when people ask, there's a problem. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
But let's see what we can get to. Well, first of all, I want to deal with the message, the question about a message, because there are several cards in the tarot deck that I look for when people ask me about an afterlife reading, and I just got one of them, and that is the Judgment card. The Judgment card shows a picture. You'll understand why when I tell you. The Judgment card shows a picture of an angel blowing a horn and people coming up out of the grave. So that's a pretty clear message that we're dealing.
Wow.
The Death card is another one. That's really obvious. Of course, the High Priestess is another less obvious because she sees behind the veil. But this is a pretty obvious card. So let's say that that's what's going on. Let's take a look and see what the message is. Okay.
Okay.
Here's a card that I had earlier today just in the previous call, in a different context, though. The Four of Cups. It shows a person who is looking at 3 cups and doesn't see that there's a hand coming out of a cloud offering another cup. That's telling me that this person, the spirit that we've contacted, has been trying to get in touch with you. Do you feel that from anybody in particular?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's my best friend, or it could be my friend's daughter passed away. I'm not sure.
Well, we're just starting, so let's see what we get.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
No. This is a conversation. You're entitled to talk, right?
Yeah.
No apologies, not at all. In fact, I'm a blabbermouth, so you can interrupt me any old time. And I'll tell you what, I have here now 2 cards that I almost always get when I do these readings. Now, this is one of the reasons I wouldn't mind switching to video, because I want people to see these cards so they believe me. But then again, somebody will say, well, you just do card tricks, which, if I did, I wouldn't be here I'd be in Las Vegas if I could do that. So I'd be dealing 21 to a bunch of people, from Canarsie who are too drunk to think. Of course, I'd eventually get run out of town, but Now here we go. This is the first one I get. Is the 10 of Swords. Okay. The 10 of Swords is about troubles are over. There was a usually indicates a person who's passing was very. Hello? I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought my phone died. I'm so sorry.
No. We're dealing with afterlife, so we can probably get the phone to work a little bit longer, right? In fact, at my website, I have a story of a time my phone died, and I used Reiki on it, and it came back. That's honestly, anybody should look at that because it blew my mind too. The 10 of Swords is the spirit saying things were very difficult for me at the end, but the troubles are over now. And the next card is the Sun, which is health and healing and growth and happiness. And I almost always get those 2 cards in that order when I do one of these things. It seems to me that the primary meaning of most of the afterlife messages I get from people is a spirit trying to say, and don't be terribly sad.
Okay.
At the time, right?
Right.
So the message is I'm healing, I'm growing, I'm doing well, and it's beyond belief how these things generally start with something very sad and it becomes happy. And I can't. That's the message. The message I'm getting is that I'm healing, I'm growing, I'm doing okay. That's the message from the spirit.
Okay.
And there's a card here of the Lovers, which to me says I love you.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I love him so. Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting. Does that help out?
Yes.
Okay, I tell you what I'm going to do. Because that card is interesting. The 4 of Cups. Oh, here's the Death card. See, like I said, that's one of the cards. That's one of the cards I need to know that I'm doing a reading. We started with the Judgment card and the end here with the Death. That's also telling me that the reading, it's done. The spirit is telling me that it's finished. That was the message. That I love you, and I had a rough time, but I'm better now, and I'm growing.
I'm so glad. Okay.
You now, and I am going to light a white candle after the show to send positive energy to you and to everybody who has been trying to reach you. How's that?
Yeah, thank you so much on that.
Okay. Now, if you need, this show will be, and by tomorrow, at least, maybe earlier, but definitely by tomorrow, will be at the Ask One Radio archives at askoneradio.com. You can listen to it again and listen to that reading because it's a classic reading from an afterlife question, which is, things were very bad for me, but I'm doing much better now, and I miss you and I love you. So
I know what that is.
Oh, good. So listen anytime you want to, because that message, download it and you'll feel better. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. And we've hit the halfway mark. It's 11:30 Eastern time. Daylight standard. I don't even remember what any of that stuff is. That they used to judge the time one way, that where noon would have been when the sun was up straight above us, which of course really only happens at the equator, but it does happen elsewhere. I can still tell the time by the sun. Even here in New York City, I learned that as a Boy Scout, which was to it's a simple thing to do. You look south. And here on Manhattan Island, I know where north-south, the north-south axis is. You look south, or you pull out your little handy compass. We all carry one, right? Look south, and then look at the sun, and the position of the sun will be the hour hand on a watch. That's it. That's all you need. Now, it runs fast or slow, depending upon the rotation of the Earth. It's called Sunfast. You can find the chart for Sunfast every year in the Farmer's Almanac. The time is not necessarily the time. The time on a sundial is not necessarily the time. It used to be the time, but then they had to standardize time all over the place because of the railroads. That's the secret to making the trains run on time, is change how you calculate time. So now we're stuck with these things. There used to be no different time zones. When it was 11 o'clock in the morning in New York, it was 11 o'clock in the morning in California. To the New Yorker, You see what I mean? But they had to shift everything they had to get time zones in order to deal with the railroads. Beth in Hinniston, Louisiana is next. Did I pronounce that correctly? Hinniston?
Hinniston.
Hinniston. I'm sorry. When I think of Louisiana, I just think about Tabasco sauce. That's my main thing. My mouth starts drooling and I can't even speak. So what can I look at for you, Beth?
I'm just wondering about my relationship. Where's it going?
That is a card of well-balanced. It's a good match. It's well-balanced. Do you have is it a bit of a hectic relationship? Do you clash and argue a bit?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, well, I got the 5 of rods, and that's about conflict, but not really nasty conflict. The nasty part is that there is a nasty component, and it's coming up, but it's got nothing to do with you or the person you're involved with. The 5 of rods is just, it's like a dynamic relationship, shall we say that? You have very dynamic discussions, shall we say, but maybe somebody would think that you're fighting, but you're not necessarily fighting. Okay. I'm seeing that there's somebody outside of the relationship who is maybe spreading gossip or stuff about you. Do you know about, you feel this? Have you heard about this?
No, not yet, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, well, because that's when I'm seeing that there's somebody's doing that.
It could be my ex.
Oh yeah, well, exes, yeesh, right?
Yeah.
some of them don't know how to let go. Let me tell you though.
Well, I have an aunt, and one of my aunt and my mother that have recently started some rumors about myself. Yes.
Well, that's the 5 of swords. 5s are not that good in tarot cards, and this is about a person who's sneaking around and is trying to destroy. and not help you. The next card is the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups is a very happy home, and it shows happy people. That's telling me that this person isn't going to succeed. So if you have felt that there's some people working against you, they are. Now, there are things you can do about that.
Okay.
There are, I mean, if you think you know who's doing this, there are things that you can do that are time-honored magical things that I can tell you about if you want. And this is not like, I'm not going to say, now you've got to buy this oil from me for $700, and it'll, no.
Right.
Here's what you do. Did you ever, you go to a dollar store, if there's still dollar store, okay, $1.50 store now, right?
Right.
Get a compact, like a cosmetic thing, right? Get one of the compacts, get one of the compacts that has 2 mirrors in it.
Okay.
You've seen them. We all have seen them.
Yes.
Now, here's what you do. You take a picture of the person who's causing you problems, or in the absence of that, just write their name on a piece of paper. Put that in there, in the compact, and close it between the 2 mirrors and stick it in your freezer. And that'll take care of the energy that person's trying to send out to you.
Okay.
That does wonders doing that. When people are trying to spread negativity. Now, you see, this is one of the bones of contention I have with a lot of people. Magical work does not. If somebody's going to charge you $5,000 to do something magically, don't even think about it. Because these are traditional things that are simple, and this is not something that. Maybe $200-300. That was putting together an entire kit for somebody with incense that I made and oils that I blended. The whole night. It was, everybody knows you can go to eBay and get a compact with 2 mirrors for $1, and just, you see what the symbolism is you're bouncing it back and forth, and putting it in the freezer just freezes the person. So if you think you know who, and don't do this unless you really think you have a clear idea that this is the person doing it, that can tie them up and just get them off your back. And people like this have a habit of giving up, because you are going to come out of this okay. I see the 10 of Cups here. But that's just the main thing here, is that the Temperance card shows it's a well-balanced relationship. It's a very dynamic relationship, so people might think that it's a little rocky, but it's not. And you got somebody who is going to be actively being destructive about your relationship, and you're going to handle it, and that's going to come out okay for you. Okay?
Okay.
So if you want any more things like that, you could just send me an email. This goes for anybody listening. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net, which shows you how long I've been online, earthlink.net. And I will be happy to send you a few little things you can do for things like that. There's never any charge for that kind of advice. So, I'm not one of these people who bills you every time you contact me, unless you're annoying. But you're not. I haven't yet run into anybody that annoying. Okay, thanks for calling, Beth. And also, I might say to Beth, thank you for being very considerate when I mangled the name of your town. We're going to shuffle the cards up now. That's a really neat trick, too. Some people will also take the compact and bury it. That's heavy duty, But I just say put it in the freezer. Put that compact in the freezer. There are other things you can do to return negative energy. There's there are stores like the Luck Shop in Chicago. Been around since the 30s. Azure Green, which used to do business under the name Abyss in New England. They're dynamite people, man. I've been buying from them for like 30 years. They're almost as long as they've existed. There are candles, things of that nature that you can use to return negative energy. And if ever there's a time needed to protect yourself from negative energy, it's this, because the country went through a massive mental shock, what with the lockdowns and now the economy crashing and, all of that. And there's really nasty people out there. I like to think the best of people, but there are very nasty people out there, and you got to combat them, and that means protecting yourself. I can show you, there are places you can look at my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, that will show you recordings that you can get that will cleanse your aura through meditation. It's all good stuff. If you want any direction in that, just drop me a line. Ask Tarot at earthlink.net, or just do an internet search. I'm trying not to say Google. Try to do an internet search for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You'll very likely find a way to contact me. I'm very easy to find. I said at the top of the show that I'd make a terrible junkie, but I would make an even worse fugitive because I'm so easy to find. Rosemary in Largo, Florida is next. Hi, Rosemary. You're on with Reverend Elliott. There.
Hi, thank you for taking my call.
That's what I'm here for.
I would like to, I would like to know if there's any chance that I would get any money from the sale
of... from the sale of what?
The fuel system.
It's breaking up. You want to know if you get any money from the sale of something?
For the sale of my mother's house, because the government has stolen pretty much everything. So
yeah.
Not just me, 400,000 people in England have been, that has happened to them. So.
Yikes. Okay, this is very good. The first card I got is the Justice card. That speaks for itself, right? You're going to get justice. The Knight of Coins. The Knight of Coins means that's the beginning of the process of money coming in. Well, that's very good.
Okay.
So, but it's going to be a long haul, according to what I'm seeing here. The Chariot is here. You're going to need to be really strong about guiding this effort.
Okay.
The Chariot is about a person. The symbolism of the Chariot is this. Once you see the symbolism, you'll get why it's here. There's a small chariot, and the person who's in charge of the chariot, riding the chariot, is holding the reins on two horses. One is white and one is black. One wants to go this way, one wants to go that way. It's up to you to make sure that it goes the way you want. Now, as somebody who just spent like 2 years involved in a lawsuit, I can attest to that. It takes willpower and strength to do it. And by the way, it turned out okay. What we went through here, it turned out okay. But you got to be strong about this, because the Knight is the start of it. And with the Knight, it can go up and down. It can look good. It can look bad. It's just going to have to grow. Then it goes to the Queen, to the King, and the Page. And by the time it gets to the Page of Coins in a reading, it's real and it's coming. Overall, I'm seeing excellent chances of success here, because I have the World card. If you can hang on, if you can hold on, and you can do this, you'll get the justice you deserve. The World card means assured success.
I don't have a choice of any kind of legal proceedings for me personally, except that I'm the daughter. That's it.
Yeah.
And also, it's such a system that you can't fight the government. And I have written them nasty emails because they've stolen from me. But I mean, I can continue to do that, and let's see where it goes. But I haven't held out any hope for that. It could be that what you're seeing financially for me, it might mean that in that regard, it doesn't necessarily mean that I may get something from them, but they're crooked.
It's well, it's definitely always worth consulting a lawyer in this case, in this kind of case.
Well, I already did.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Years.
Yeah. No, I had no doubt about that. I'm just because you're obviously an intelligent person, and you know that you're caught in the middle of something, and it sounds like you know what the odds are against you. But I'm seeing pretty decent. I'm getting cards here that are with very good outcomes here. Here's the Strength card. That goes hand in glove with the Chariot. Just hang in there and see it.
That's because of who I am.
Yeah. Well, and if you aren't that way, you can get ground down. Now, I happen to. I mean, I've seen people get crushed and lose their minds under legal pressure. So you got to, if you're not strong, you'll either end up strong or you won't. You'll end up the opposite of strong. But you are strong. Now, there are things you can do in terms of getting money from a real estate transaction, which in its loosest form this is, wouldn't you say? I mean, it's not a good one, but that's what it is. There are magical things you can do. Look up, do an internet search for house sale and St. Joseph and see what you get, okay? Because there'll be things that you could do.
The government has my parents' house, which is up for sale, which they now have, or are in the process of selling. They have all the strings.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying this might be something on the astral plane that will help maybe get some of it off to you. Try to do it that way in a sense and see, and keep thinking about that.
I will. I mean, there are things that on a spiritual level that I can, because I don't know if you read my question, but I'm a reader. Okay, I've been a reader for many years. And there are things that I could do that, ethereal, okay, to ask for help, because I would need that. I would truly need that help, because the rest of it is just crap and crooked.
Yeah. Well, I know. It's clear talking to you that you know the difference, because you've run into the same kind of situations I have, where people don't want to do something legal, and they'll say, "Oh, I'll just handle it through meditation and prayer." And I keep saying to people like that, "Get a lawyer," But there's a time and a place for both, and I know that you're aware of it. So, and this, I'm just saying, right now, I'm just doing this for the benefit of the people listening. Because there's a story that I tell in one of my books, which is pompously titled Reverend Elliot Explains It All, about a person who went into an occult store. I was there at the time, who was having a problem, a big legal problem, and wanted a magical kit to spread love in the world in order to win the court case, and the people wouldn't sell him anything. Her, actually. It was, I don't know why I'm misgendering all of a sudden, but it must be, my memory is fading from this. It's so many years back. But she just definitely wanted I don't need a lawyer. I'm going to spread love and sunshine. No, you can do both, if you know what I mean. And I know you know that. So all I can tell you is that the cards are showing me that you will get justice. So I'm hoping that it's good in that sense, because the cards are taking a snapshot of now, and that could change. But if any time down the line, if you can't get through again to the show, send me an email.
I've always said that if I came into any money, which anybody, that can happen to anyone, okay, that I probably would take up legal action. I tried everything. I wrote to everybody and their mother. I even put up a petition on, I did everything that you could possibly do. And I found out that 400,000 people had the same crap happen to them. So you can't fight the system like that.
Oh no, yeah, I years ago, this happened with of all people, my mother-in-law, who took a perfectly, totally, completely, 100% legal tax deduction, and then 2 years later, the government reversed that tax deduction and retroactively charged everybody who used that tax deduction with cheating. And we fought like hell. Can you imagine? I mean, that's just plainly unconstitutional anyway, because it's an ex post facto law. So yeah, it sounds like you're up against a similar thing. But there's ways to deal with these things, and I've got one. I have like 2 minutes left, so I've got to run. But there's the one card that I just took out. I had earlier today is the 10 of Swords, and that is a card that, you know, that card. It means that the worst is over. They threw their worst at you, and you're still here. So you're a survivor, and you'll come through this. And I have no doubt that you'll come through. You may not get everything you want, but I think you're going to get something out of this. And
yes, and I thank you for that. Oh, you know what else I practice? I practice EFT. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes. Are you talking about tapping?
So I practice. I practice EFT as well. So I'm tapping on that because I found I've been practicing for 20-something years, and it actually works.
Yes,
so
no, it does. I mean, I don't talk about that much. Because I don't want to spread myself too thin with the audience. But yeah, people should look into EFT, and it looks ridiculous, but it works. And I'll tell you something else, folks. It can knock out a migraine headache. You know, so I've got to run, but so everybody just take a look at EFT.
But thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Oh, my pleasure. And contact me anytime at asktarot@earthlink.net, and I can pull a few more cards for you if you'd like.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You have a good
Bye-bye
night.
now. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey, and that's it. We've hit the end of the road, and if history is any judge, I'll be back in March of next year. No, I'll be back next week. I so did miss you. It was difficult, especially Wednesdays when I couldn't, well, listen to me, I chatter a lot. Now picture me with laryngitis. Not good. It's contrary to my nature. And I don't like language, by the way, although everything I've ever done professionally in life has been about writing and language. And I've come to the conclusion, aside from the fact that the world's richest person doesn't know how to make a noun plural, I've come to the conclusion that language, for the most part, is used to hide thoughts and not to share them. Just, everybody's watching politics these days. Politics has replaced stand-up comedy and fashion models as the entertainment source of the year. So you'll see, you know what I mean. They can use language in a way to hide what they're saying. And I don't like that. I believe in plain speaking and saying what you mean and meaning what you say. There you go. If you want to know more about what I say, check out that book I mentioned, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is an expanded version of the first book I did, which is the collected essays of Reverend Elliot. All of those are in that book, but the book goes a lot longer, and it's got 300 pages or so in there, and it's got my pumpkin pie recipe, which is even better with sweet potatoes than it is with pumpkin. But that's all a different story. I've got to run now. I will see you all again next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific when we pull back the curtain on the magical window. And until then, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
Another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host. Look, let us know if you're here and tuning in live. Do call in for a reading today. I'm going back into reading, so hopefully I'm not too nervous, and I'd love to do a reading for you on the show. So let us know you're here and reach out to the network. For those who have tuned in or those who would like to know more, on February the 8th, I started a series on drug addiction and what it was like for me as a 17-year substance user. As a result of that, we had a Q&A, and I want to talk briefly today about boundaries, because in the Q&A, we had a really important question from a parent about their child, and it led me to wanting to do another small talk on boundaries. For anyone that wants the detailed advice I would give to a situation with someone who needs to be stronger with boundaries, or needs some advice and guidance on boundaries, or anyone that has, a substance user around them and they need boundaries with, it's, something for everyone in my pinned post on my Facebook group. And you can reach out to that through my website, soulfullyguided.com.au, and you'll find the links there, or you just go over to Soulfully Guided on Facebook. Next week, I do want to talk about, I've got some exciting news, so I don't know when I'm able to actually share that. There's a few regulations on it, so as soon as I'm able to, I will share it on the show as well. But if I'm unable to share it next week, I'll be talking about self-worth, our values, and those standards we have for ourselves. So tune in next week for a mini chat on that. And when I want to talk about boundaries, the most impactful thing we can talk about before we head into our caller is always, it is detrimental that you only place boundaries you can stick to. Hi, Justine. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. Now, I'm just going to finish up for a sec. Bear with me while I finish off what I'm going to say, and I'll be with you in about 30 seconds. So in regards to boundaries, before I get into Justine's reading, you always want to set boundaries you can stick to. Don't start huge and default on them. Start small and stick to them. Also, always have a consequence for breaching that boundary. For example, you can't come to my house if you take drugs. Compared to the consequence, if you take drugs at my house or before you come to my house, you will not be welcome to my home again, and you will never be able to see my children again. There's a big difference there. So ensure there are boundaries you can stick to, and always put it in with a consequence. For more details on boundaries, head over to my Facebook page at the pinned post. Now, what a mouthful. Justine, let's head over to your reading. What would you like to ask today?
Well, I mean, I just kind of have a lot going on in my life right now. I have my own healing practice. I'm a Reiki master, and I just met a guy. And I'm not quite sure what's going on there either. So whatever insight you can give me.
Okay. So do you want to look at advice and guidance on the business side of things or work side of things with your Reiki and healing, and then advice and guidance on the relationship, or the guy you've just met, rather than direct a specific answer that would lead you to, just a question that's a closed question? Do you want an open-ended sort of advice and guidance on what is going on?
Yeah, just advice and guidance. I'm not looking for any specific answers.
Yep. Okay, great. So let's see what comes up. We will start with work-wise. Could I please have some advice and guidance for Justine on the work front on her personal skills of healing and Reiki? Okay. Look at that. And yeah. What do you have to tell me work-wise first? Okay. And I have a clarifier for that. Okay. And an outcome card. Okay. So, can you tell me a little bit of advice and guidance Justine needs to know about the man she's just met? Okay. So it clarifies here. I'm trying to say. Okay. And an outcome card. All right. All right. So I'm not getting a really clear answer by looking just at the relationship side of things, right? But we are going to unpack that as best as we can within the show time. I'm wondering, are you emotionally burnt out at the moment? Are you reaching a stage that you're doing too much emotionally and you're leaving little energy and emotions for yourself to connect with? And I think work-wise, there needs to be an element, and this sounds very generic for all us healers or readers or spiritually gifted people. It is time, coincidentally, as we talk about boundaries today, for you to set some strong boundaries. You are not being rude or, harsh to set those boundaries for yourself so you can feel emotionally fulfilled and connected with you and your time. But I'm looking that there needs to be less flexibility with everyone. You're so available to everyone and there's so little left for you. I want to see more. I want to see this flip around because you're a very good manifestor if you want to talk about it on a spiritual term, but you're great at making things happen and bringing ideas to life. Unfortunately, that sparks a little bit out, and I'd like to see more financial reward for what you do. Is this making sense?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when we look at this, we get the Magician, and I see the Magician as a wonderful card, a person that has all the tools available to them to make what they want possible. So we need to flip around that energy, that spark that's lacking in you, and to do that, go within and start serving yourself first before you give the best of you to everyone else. That best part of you should stick with you, and that will lead you to having, and I get to the Knight of Cups here, and it will lead you to being more resilient, but also with more heart. So having that balance when you learn when to shut off, but completely giving on your terms, not everyone else's. I feel that would help with your relationship as well, or the new person you've met. To be honest, I get no toxic cards here. I'm wondering if it's new, like you did say it was new, but is he a bit vague with you?
Yeah.
Okay. It appears that way in the cards too. I'm not getting anything wrong with him, but I feel that there's an element of it's a waiting game. I don't get any relationship cards here, but I get that someone that needs grounding. Look, you seem to be a great fit for him. Everything that you stand for and everything that you are, that part of you that is grounded and good at expressing their emotions, that balanced side of you, not the side that you're overgiving. So where we looked at your work and we discussed setting boundaries and switching off when you need to because you're emotionally giving to too many people and not yourself, I wonder if that's going to cross transfer over to this relationship. There is another side to this man, I feel, or this person. I feel that it is too early to tell. Yes, their intentions are good, but it's going to be a relationship that needs constant attention and, constant work. I don't have any toxicity up. I think it's too soon to see their intentions and their true self, but I think they're guarded and reserved, and there's obviously a reason for that, which is not my business in this reading. But when you get something, even if it's new, you want to see those passion. If it's too early for love, you want to see that spark and that passion. This guy's not fearful, but he's sort of shut off for a reason, and I think he does want to explore a relationship with you. It's not going to be a fairy tale movie type thing. It's going to test you. It's going to test him. But the idea is there that it could be emotionally fulfilling and a new way for him to connect with you if you have that time and that energy for him. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, and quite honestly, I prefer a slow burn instead of, everything, on fire right away. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. He's realistic, but I don't think he's in tune with his emotions. So if this is a good fit for you, I don't see any, we throw the word loosely around of toxicity or narcissism or unhealthiness. I see this as a reserved person because of experience, not because of unhealth, not because of they're an unhealthy or negative person. I don't see that at all. So, if you want to explore it, go ahead. The more you get to know them, the more you will both open up to each other.
Yeah, I feel like he's been let down a lot, or somebody has presented themselves in a way that they really weren't. They weren't being authentic. And he met me, and I'm just like, this is me. This is who I am. And I think I've confused him.
That's okay. You go and enjoy yourself. Trust yourself and your intuition. Remember, you have the ability to make anything you want come to life. So, what we talked about in your work life, extend that to your personal life as well. And it's been a pleasure reading for you. For anyone else that wants a booking, reach out to me for mini readings or paid readings. And I will see you next week. Justine, thank you so much for calling in today.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Have a great week. Tune in next week for values and self-worth.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight from the rather frigid city of New York. Now, there are no frigid cities. There are just clumsy men, right? That's the old saying. Now, it's cold here again. I don't know why. It was like 70 degrees a few days ago. So now it's cold again. But hey, we're coming into March. We're getting into Lent now. We're getting Mardi Gras. Is that over now? Have enough people been shot? Is Mardi Gras officially over? I have no idea. I used to want to go to Mardi Gras, but, for some reason I don't do much traveling. I'm a typical New Yorker. When I travel, no matter where I go, all I run into are New Yorkers. So I just gave up on it. I mean, the idea, I used to hang around in a bar here on 57th Street. And I went to a bar in L.A., and I saw the same people. I literally saw the same people, the same exact people. And the bar on 57th Street was called Kennedy's, and they all looked and said, welcome to Kennedy's West. It was the damnedest thing. I mean, I went to Atlantic City one time. I was a writer on a show playing at the Trump Plaza. And I said to that guy, I said, Mr. Trump, you're going places. That the whole idea that I had, well, I spoke to him through my lawyers, but that's a whole other story. And what did I see in Atlantic City on the boardwalk? People from New York, people I knew from New York. And I'm so tired. To me, of the times I've traveled, I associate it with one expression. What are you doing here? That's it. It's like not going anywhere. What is the point of traveling if I see the same people wherever I go? I think it's some kind of conspiracy. I don't know. But we are here to discuss the deeper spiritual things in life, the mystical things, the things that the tarot can show us. Now, there are limitations. And for instance, there are things that the tarot cannot show. And that would be, for instance, the most profound mystery of all. And when I shuffle off this mortal coil, and I have a chance to interrogate the Almighty, who theoretically knows who I am, but you never know. You didn't used to be bald. That's what I'm expecting the Almighty to say when he or it looks at me. But I do have a few questions about life on Earth. There are a few mysteries that I've never been able to work through. Profound spiritual things like, why can I eat a half pound of chocolate and gain 12 pounds? How does that work? Doesn't physics call that impossible? And yet there it is. Half pound of chocolate. Next thing you know, the buttons are busting on my shirt. No. Then I have to spend a whole bunch of weeks eating watercress. How did that happen? I know it's just as natural to lose weight as it is to gain weight, but I assure you one is more pleasurable than the other. The results are better with the unpleasurable one, but it's not as much fun. And as I get older, I find that I can do fewer and fewer things that were fun in my youth. For instance, I've abandoned cigarettes. I did that long ago. Man, I abandoned cigarettes partly because of something a doctor told me. I used to smoke a couple of packs of non-filtered cigarettes a day. My voice was very high before that, and he was examining my chest X-rays, and he says, "Well, from what I see here, you better give up smoking now." And of course, the blood drained from my face. And I said, "What do you see, Doc?" And he said, "Nothing. That's why you should stop now. You've dodged a bullet." And so there it goes. That was the way it used to be. I had the legendary privilege of holding the record among New York City comedy clubs for drinking the most martinis in a single night. Well, just looking at one now is going to wipe me out for a few days. Yeah, this getting old thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. But like they say, it beats the alternative. One of the things I've been meaning to talk about, and I haven't gotten around to, and it plays a very important part in the thing we're going to do tonight, which is look through tarot cards to see what's going on in our lives, is the word trust. Obviously, there are people who trust me because they will call me. They'll pay me at times to look at the future, to look at not even the future, but the present. That's the other thing we're so accustomed to looking at tarot cards to see the future, but we can use them to see what's going on in our lives now, sort of like an espionage thing. If you suspect trouble at work being made by somebody,